So it just gives you the ability to have some options should you want to opt out. I'm gonna leave these at the front. These are some additional information. This one talks about what steps you need to take to opt out of Washington State. I've already covered that with you sometimes, but it's always good to have that information and understand what it is you need to do, what steps you need to take. This was provided by Allstate, it's not something we generated. And this is also a comparison of Allstate's product compared to Washington State product. One thing that you should be aware of is right now the state does say that once you purchase your own product, apply to the state for an exemption of paying the payroll tax, that you, at this point, they say you will forever be exempt. Well, they just released information that they're gonna work on that rule. And that they expect people to have to carry on their long-term policy. So they have basically 3 years to work on the case before anyone is gonna receive any kind of benefit through the Washington State tax. Does anybody have questions about it? We've got just a few minutes left before we present our credits. I guess I've done a good job.
Let's say you got it, 1, 2, 3, 5 games. Once again, let's go for it.
Get the handshake. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I saw that. Now you're blessed.
I know.
Did I show your butt?
Good morning.
Yeah. So Captain just brought some pins in, if anybody needs pins. Thank you very much.
Where did we fall?
You ready?
Are you?
Anybody else need a pen or handout? There, it's hard.
It's coming out.
Very hard. Yeah.
Should probably define it for us.
Hey Gary, can you get the lights in that room? The lights just in that room. That's enough. So we get everybody to sit down and not do anything and off the side conversation. We've got a lot of people in here, so we have to be quiet and be able to hear. Obviously, everybody knows this is mandatory training, so the on-duty crew especially, or if anybody else has to leave for any reason, you need to check in and out with Aaron Hammer. For whatever you missed, you're going to have to watch the video for that time. Everybody's going to get the entire part of this class, no missing anything. We had Sonny here last year to do a class, but we didn't have completed things like this, but hopefully everybody watched the video, so she's going to build off of that. She is our labor attorney for labor issues. She's worked with us on a lot of things, worked with me for quite a long time. I appreciate her views on things. She has a very level view on things, and I've had a lot of these trainings like everybody else, and she comes from a point of reality and not just what the law says. So I appreciate that from her. It's going to be about 8 hours. We've got a lot of exercises. Just keep quiet, mask on, social distancing. I know we have drinks, but try to limit the times on the mask over the nose, not under the nose. Am I missing anything, anybody? I have a lot to say about Sonny, but we need to get going for a while. I'll have her kick off from there. Oh, I guess I never let to say kind of like everything that I've been doing, I'm trying to make the expectations known to everybody and be very clear, and that's what this is. And then I'm also, I think everybody knows that once we set those expectations, I'm going to try to hold everybody accountable equally. And when I don't think you're meeting our expectations, when I say we, the district, we're going to be very clear with you of what you're not meeting, why you're not meeting, and how to make it better. So I don't want anything gray. I don't want any chit-chatty rumors. That's not my leadership style. I'm very straightforward, black and white. Expectations, meet the expectations, hold you accountable, and move forward. And so this is just part of that in everything we do. So that's why we're having this. That's why it's mandatory for everybody. We're all going to be on the same page. And from there, we're going to move on. And when we don't meet that, I'm going to let you know right away and be very clear of why you didn't meet it and how I expect behavior or whatever it is to change. So that's my leadership style, and that's why we're having this, and that's why we'll move forward with everything. So thank you, Sonny.
Awesome, thank you so much. So my name is Sonny Lemonides. I'm managing principal with the Lemonides Consulting Law Group. I also have my esteemed associate, Maddie Brown, here today, so if you need help, she's here as well. Today we've got a lot of material to cover, and I want to make sure that we're all just kind of like on the same page of what to expect and what I expect from you. So material we're covering, we're going to do a kind of a snapshot of diversity awareness, which I did with my training last year. And then we're going to kind of dig in deep so you guys understand what unlawful discrimination and harassment and retaliation really are. Understanding, your obligations underneath those standards. We're going to do a brief introduction to implicit bias training, which is something that you guys will be getting training in more later on, but this is just at least to give you an idea of what to expect and to get you really kind of thinking about your own implicit biases and maybe how they impact the way you interact with everyone. And then workplace professionalism, just kind of going over what the expectations are in order to have a respectful and productive working environment where everyone can be successful. And we all have a role to play in ensuring that happens. So that's what we're gonna be covering. I would also like to ask you, so we are gonna be doing a bunch of exercises. I'm gonna need you guys to participate to the fullest of your ability. Most of them will be in small groups. The first exercise we will be doing, I am gonna ask everyone to share. So just be mindful of that. If you have questions as we go along, I definitely invite you and encourage you to ask them. It's always a lot more poignant and easier to understand when we're covering that material. And I think other people, might have the same questions you do, and so I welcome and encourage questions. My kind of basic ground rules are just make sure you're being respectful, you're paying attention. You're gonna get a lot more out of this today if you're actually engaged, right? Be respectful of everyone else's opinions too, right? The goal here is not to agree. People are gonna have differences of opinion, and I think that's important to share. I think we all learn from that, but be respectful. But also feel free to challenge each other, right? To kind of push each other in some situations. But when you challenge someone, make sure that you're challenging them from your own experience, not what your cousin Tony told you or what you saw on your Insta feed last night, right? Challenge with your own personal experiences. I think everyone can learn that kind of environment. And then be mindful of your body language. I tell this to my kids all the time, when you're leaning back, crossed arms, rolling your eyes, it's just, that communicates to me that you're not paying attention. And I really want you guys to pay attention because the information you're gonna learn today is incredibly valuable and it's really necessary for you guys to be successful in your role here at the district, okay? Other ground rules, that's it. Participate to the fullest of your ability. If there's something that you feel uncomfortable sharing, you don't have to, right? But like I said, I think everyone gets a lot more out of it when you do make yourself available and share information about your own personal life experiences. Does anyone have any other ground rules that they need in order to participate today? We all good? Okay, awesome. So first kind of piece that we're going to go over is diversity awareness. And when we talk about diversity, that can be kind of a loaded term, but really all we're talking about is all the ways that we are different and similar to one another, right? There are all these pieces that make up who we are. And so we're going to be thinking about all those differences and similarities in terms of dimensions, right? And there are going to be two kind of key dimensions when we talk about diversity. I'm going to go through that later. So our core dimensions are going to be through those pieces of ourselves that we came into the world, right? Things that we really didn't have any choice in the matter. I mean, did anyone decide what country you were going to be born into? Your parents were, first language, the sex you were assigned at birth, right? These are all pieces that we had no choice in the matter. So those are those core pieces of ourselves. Then there's going to be those secondary dimensions. Those are going to be those mutable characteristics that we do have the power to change and incorporate into our lives. But oftentimes those are the things that people don't first notice or understand about us. It's actually those core dimensions that present so much information to people. People make, assumptions about based on what they see. And a lot of times those core dimensions, even though they're a part of who we are, really kind of fail to accurately describe and define how we see ourselves. There's stereotypes that exist for a reason because there's always some truth to them. They're just not true for everyone. But a lot of times when we meet people and interact, we'll just make an assumption based on what we see, based on stereotypes that we all believe in, right? Those stereotypes change from culture to culture, but we all have certain stereotypes that we kind of adopted and accepted as true, right? And so we make assumptions about people based on what we see. And I think that's a dangerous thing. I understand it's necessary because we interact with so many people on a daily basis. We have to be able to identify, label, categorize, move on, right? I can't get to know every single one of you. Maybe I'd love to, but I just don't have the time, right? So when I see you, I'm gonna make certain assumptions about you based on what I see. And that's gonna be based on information and stereotypes that I've kind of taken in over the years through my experience, right? But I want you to kind of think about and explore what your own dimensions are, and maybe think about how people view you based on your core dimensions, and also how you see yourself based on those core dimensions and those mutable dimensions of diversity. So first exercise I'm going to have you guys do, you'll see, hold it up, So a little dimensions of diversity worksheet, for those of you who were here last year and participated, I'm sure you might remember it. What I'm gonna ask you to do is, you're gonna share your dimensions of diversity with everyone here, okay? And you can pick those core dimensions of yourself, or you can choose those mutable dimensions of yourself. And so I always like to share mine first, just to give you kind of an idea of what I'm looking for, because I've done this training so much, memorized it. So my dimensions of diversity, and when I say that, I mean what makes me who I am. These are like the kind of key pieces that I would identify. So one, I'm a mother of 3. I'm also a mother to a special needs kid. He's on the spectrum and a type 1 diabetic. I'm Greek Orthodox. I'm also a widow. I'm a big Red Sox fan, so I hate the Yankees, obviously. And I love really bad 80s pop music. Like, that's my obsession. Also, like 90s R&B rap. Awesome. And I'm definitely like a type A personality. Like, I'm very much a scheduler and a planner, and I have to be because I have 3 kids. Full-time law practice drives my life a little crazy, because Maddie will attest to as I'm talking this morning. But like, that's me. Those are like the key pieces of like how I see myself. And so I want you guys to engage in that same exercise too. What I've done, I've put up just some examples of dimensions of diversity that you can select from, but don't feel like you have to, use these, right? Just describe who you are, what makes you you, right? And we're gonna take just 5 minutes, and then we are gonna come back together as a group. And we are gonna share these with each other, okay? So once again, if there's information you don't want to share, you don't have to include that. But once again, I encourage you to try and be as open as you possibly can, and we'll come back in 5 when the time is ready. Yeah. firefighting. So I'm gonna go around the room, and what I'd ask is, when it's your turn, you can just stand up and face the group while you share. That way we can all hear. Just state your name to begin with, and as my example, Maddie's going to start us off.
Hello, I'm Maddie. My dimensions, I have that I'm a first generation college graduate. I'm a feminist gal. I'm a millennial. I'm a labor lawyer. As you can tell, I am white and I am short and blonde. I'm an eldest daughter, which you wouldn't know, but if you got to know me for more than 5 minutes, you would know. And unfortunately, I am a Disney adult.
Obsessed. Love it. Thank you, Maddie.
I'm Whitney. I'm an American. I'm a married father of 2. I'm a straight Caucasian raised in a non-diverse community. I'm a male firefighter from Gen X. I'm a Gen Xer.
Hello, I'm Cody. I am also a straight male. I'm a husband, I'm a Navy veteran. I am the father of a 9-year-old wiener dog. I'm a college graduate. I owned multiple homes before the age of 30, and I've lived all over the world.
Thank you, Cody.
My name is Nathan. I really value my family and the family time I have. I'm a hard worker with a very unique work background.
Thank you, Nathan.
I'm Joe, fun-loving, adventurous guy, married with 2 dogs, a millennial. First in my family to go to college, and I love the outdoors.
Thank you, Jeff.
My name is Ryan. I'm a millennial. I was born and raised in Snohomish, and I still live and work here. It's very important to me. I always put family first. I grew up in a divorced household. I'm the first generation of firefighters in the family, and I love golfing and fishing.
My name's Bill. I am the divorced father of 2 wonderful daughters, 13 and 16. Get along with my ex very well. We co-parent our kids. And I'm happy to say that I am 3 years, 11 months, and 23 days away from retirement.
Yeah,
no, not counting.
I'm Christina. I'm a wife and a grandmother of 7. I identify as she or her. I am a house builder. I'm an avid crabber. When it comes to water, I like to be on it, in it, or near it because I love it. I value both my social time and my me time, and I'm a 2-dog owner.
Thank you.
I am Jason. I am a white male and middle class. I'm married, ×2. Father of 4. I got a type A personality. I'm Gen Xer with the affinity for 80s music, much to my wife's chagrin. I got a good sense of humor, and I am super tall. For my family.
Thanks, my father, Jason.
Good morning. I am Aaron, or Hammer. I am a proud husband for 24 years, proud father of 3 of 19, 17, and 16-year-olds. I am A-type, mostly. I am a people pleaser. I have a close, large, extended family with 4 siblings, so many family members. I am a glass half full kind of personality. I'm a 3-time self-employed business owner, and I am an inclusive person, new to that from my upbringing.
Thank you, Hammer.
I am Dana. I am a fire service chaplain. I am a dad of 3 wonderful kids. I'm a husband for 43 years to the same wife. 3 months from Medicare. Whoa. I'm a grandpa. I have 6 wonderful grandchildren. I am already retired. I am a very proud baby boomer. And that's it.
Thank you, Dana.
My name's Sean. I'm a father. husband, provider. Enjoy the outdoors, fishing mostly, hanging out with my good friends, and an occasional libation.
My name is Casey. I am married, dog parent. I have a degree in psychology. I'm a traveler, adventurer, fire paramedic. Along with the traveling and adventuring, I like to adventure locally, so snowboarding and mountain biking. I'm new to the state. I like to service for others, I like to take care of people. I like to be a role model to my family and to my community. And I'm the king.
Hello and good morning. My name is Kurt Barthelheimer. I am a single male Christian, lieutenant EMT, wildland firefighter, rescue swimming, extrication loving cat aficionado. I was born and raised on the family farm in Snohomish, Washington. I love the outdoors and new adventures. I hate mushrooms, and I don't know what generation I am still, and I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but.
Don't worry.
All right, I'm Daryl. I'm a son, husband, and a father of two. One of my spawns sits back there, back row, so don't take that on him.
Try not to.
Longtime member of this fire department, longer member of this community. I enjoy motorcycles and firearms. I like the outdoors. Goes good with motorcycles and guns, because indoors neither one is very good. Practicing Christian. Again, along with some other people, first one of my family to finish college, and that was nearly 3 years ago. Pretty proud about that. I do like to swim, whether it's a pool or in a lake. A little bit of ocean to temperatures to ride. And like riding a bicycle also. On that swim, bike, run, I skip around.
Thanks, Daryl.
Good morning, I'm Jake Ross. I'm a 27-year-old white male. I grew up with a family of 10. I was raised Lutheran. I'm a millennial. I too like the outdoor activities and bring more back.
Thank you for your service.
Alright, I'm Josh. I love to shred. Rode motorcycles, snowboarding, metal and tattoos. I used to be a biochemist. I was raised super religious, now non-religious, and I'm a husband with 3 psycho babies.
So what does it mean that you like to shred? I don't know.
Oh man. I'm not making a joke about
Got it, thank you.
He's a documentation destruction specialist.
My name is Brian. Been a husband for 19 years. I'm a father of a 12-year-old that's on the spectrum. Caregiver, a first responder, and a lieutenant. Identify as metalhead. I'm a friend of most, and go Hawks.
Thank you, Brian. Right here.
So, my name is Anthony. I'm 24. I grew up in a military family. I've lived on both the East Coast and the West Coast. I'm the first generation in my family to go right from high school and graduate from college. I'm an avid Seahawk fan. I do have a girlfriend of 3.5 years, and I have one fur baby that is German Shepherd and Zoe. And I'm a quarter Hispanic, and I don't know how much French I have.
I'm Jonathan Stewart. I'm a male, identify as blue collar, white, not religious, straight, father of 2, and I'm medium, identify as 5'10".
Is that like a true 5'10" or is that like a
Doctor
normal round?
verified,
Doctor
not a true
Yeah.
I'm Ben. I grew up here in Snohomish. I got a big extended family. It's an important friends and family. Love music and the outdoors. I got a chocolate lab. And practicing Christian, first responder here in Snohomish. Construction work.
I am Christian. I am also a Christian. I too, like Chief, am tall. I am an American millennial, and I am an employee of Stuyville Construction.
Thank you, Christian.
I'm Scott. I'm a millennial, 31 years old. I'm married with no kids. I'm a dog person, but I have 2 cats, Mr. Pickles and Pancake. In my immediate family, I'm the only one to graduate high school. I'm really into 90s emo punk band, and I'm a National Guard Army vet, and go Lions.
Thank you, Scott.
Hi, Brad. I'm a husband to an immigrant. I'm a Kraken fan. Mental health advocate. I'm a firefighter for 2 different departments. I don't do well with presentations. I'm a student, a runner, and a father to 3 kids, 4 cats, 2 dogs, and 3 guinea pigs.
Thanks for sharing, and you aced that presentation.
Thank you.
My name is Mason. I'm a 22-year-old white male. I grew up in a very diverse neighborhood. I grew up homeschooled, middle child, 2 other siblings. I'm a first-generation firefighter, avid punk music addict, and an adventurer.
Don, extended family call me Duke. Father and husband of 2 boys. Grew up in a small town, 5th generation from a small town. Learned a lot of things that I were taught were absolutes, and those have been challenged since I moved out of that small town. Firefighter for life, ever since I can remember, firefighter family. Roller coaster aficionado. I love dogs, but they must be big dogs, especially now, 100-pound minimum. My education, science, math, data has shaped my life. I like to do DIY, build, change, remodel, dig holes, break tractors. And the one fact that most people don't know about, I'm a WC.
What's your favorite roller coaster?
Oh, geez, I would have to say now it's X.
Where's that?
That is in Busch Gardens in Florida.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'm Garrett, I'm a father and husband, shot with big and tall department. American firefighter, millennial.
Thank you, Garrett.
My name's Sean. I'm the father of 2 daughters, 10 and 12. I'm a softball dad. I'm a Navy enthusiast. I'm a favorite fan. I'm married to my high school sweetheart. I've been to Disneyland 8 times. My family loves taking road trips with me. And I love it.
When's the last time you were at Disneyland? Same.
My name is Brian, I'm a white male. I'm also an Eagle Scout, I love the outdoors fishing and hiking. Love the night service levels. Firefighter grants,
Thank you.
My name's Chris. I'm married. I'm taking on the way. I'm my first one. I'm a firefighter. I love football. I'm the first one in that family to graduate college. Lived in North Carolina. I love it. I plan on leaving. And that's it.
What's the due date for TV? So exciting, congratulations. Can't hear. Just speak up a little bit.
I'm Jason. Father of 2, Gen Xer, not religious. I like to teach. I golf and cook. Not good at one. And
Under 100 pounds. Thank you.
I'm Dave.
I'm Dave, I'm a husband, father of 2 that I know of. I just looked it up and it's
He's on my.
So yeah, you're also known as a Zennial. So yeah, so we'll. Oh, okay.
two blood circulations, a male and female. They're about moved out of the house and paying rent. We spent most of my time self-employed. I did graduate from high school with a 1.8 GPA. I love to work. I love people. Easily distracted with rocks, even when I'm fishing. And when I retire, I'll be more. Life is good.
All the way out of that, you can speak up too.
My name's Carl, white male, Christian, married. I got a seven-month-old girl at home. Love the outdoors, water, mostly, but golf, mountain biking, snowboarding in the winter. I got 2 AAs, one in business, one in fire science. And family first in my life.
Hello, I'm Doug. I'm 31. I'm Caucasian. I'm male. I'm married, soon to be father. And I love to ski.
When is your baby due?
October 17th.
Marcus, I'm only child, well, I was born an only child. I have a stepbrother, so I don't know if that counts. I'm a husband, I'm a father of 2. I have 2 grandbabies. They're I like to keep busy, I like to ride, I like to do outdoor stuff. I'm highly proportionate. Over 40. I don't know if that makes me a Gen Xer. I heard Holly say he was Gen Xer, so I'm guessing we're about the same age. I like to use humor. I'm a firefighter. Anthony, I'm a 43-year-old white male, Christian, father of 8. I studied chemistry at the UW, and I've never once used it. I find stuff I like, I'm very loyal to it. I'm an introvert to a level my wife calls unhealthy. I do not know my neighbor's problems or what's for her. If I get to get out and do something, I like to go golfing or
What's the age range of your children?
18 to 3.
Wow, that helps you. I'm Claire. I'm a straight, white, female millennial. I'm a feminist. I was raised on a self-sustaining homestead where I was homeschooled. I'm an adventure seeker, and I usually gravitate towards high-risk activities like rock climbing, mountain bike. I was raised at the poverty level. I'm an introvert. I'm a female firefighter. I'm a system.
I'm Mike, I'm a Lutheran, married, almost 38 years. Kids, I have a grandchild, she's wonderful, I have some grand dogs too. I love being outside, camping, cooking, gardening, just being outside, I love that. I'm German and something else I don't know what. And I retired in 295 days. Go Huskies.
My name is Sam. I hate public speaking. I've created my own little tiny human. I am soon to be divorced. Absolute dirtiest of them all. Busybody, I really hate leaving it and not doing anything. Self-taught violin, and I've told her to keep on
The mark's still.
Not saying a whole lot.
My name's Sherry. I'm the mama of 3, grandma of 1, and soon to be another one. Been married almost 38 years, and I spent most of my life around the fire service. We worked together for 21 years. I like to travel. I like houses. And I like being outdoors and camping.
Thank you, Sherry.
nurturer. I'm a mother to 3 and mom to many. That already sent people lives. And I've been nurturing this one for 35 years. Actually, 42 if we count all the believers too. I'm a creator, music, art, gardening, and an organizer, very much a type A, but I'm open-minded. So I'm also a linguist, French, sign language, and Southern. Very service-minded, grew up in the Navy, and been part of the fire service for a long time. And I'm an educator, Husky, and first to go to college, and been a teacher for thank you for listening.
I wrote me. So those that don't know me, I'm Kurt. I'm retired from hunting. I still enjoy fishing. I'm Christian. I love giving my services, either financial or labor, to help other people. I'm a scout leader. And I love animals. And I don't kill.
I'm Marty Dickinson. I am one of the district chaplains. I'm also a corporate chaplain. I am married. We got married 6 weeks after a blind date, and we're pushing 39 years. I'm a Christian. I am a mom of 2 and a grandma of 1.5. And I am a female, baby boomer, and an avid gardener. We had a greenhouse business, very successful. And who knows what else?
Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Jeff. I'm a business owner, husband for 26 years, father of 8, 4 biological, 4 adopted. I'm service-oriented, faith-based, Caucasian, 48, and a workaholic.
Thank you so much.
I'm Trevor Vernon. I'm one of the new part-timers here. 19 years old, graduated from Thomas High School last year. I enjoy the outdoors, anything that has to do with it, snowboarding, dirt biking, fishing. I have 5 other siblings, 3 of which are adopted. And I'm the first in my family to pursue this career.
My name is Obed, 20 years old, straight white male, born and raised out in Sultan. I work here part-time and then over in Granite Falls part-time. I have a younger brother who's raised by my mom. I consider myself a positive, laid-back guy, hard worker.
I am Deep. I am a recruit firefighter paramedic, first generation East Indian American. Oldest in my family, straight female, millennial, Punjabi as an ethnicity, multilingual, I speak 5. Bachelor's of Science in Public Health, fairly type A. In my older age, I'm becoming a little less type A.
Good morning. I am Tanner Abersold. I'm 29 years old. I just moved up here from Texas about a month or so ago. I'm originally from Savannah, Missouri. By default, I'm a Kansas City Chiefs fan. You guys can join me. I love the mountains. I served in the Navy. I will drink dark beer all year round. And I would say that I'm an extrovert with introvert tendencies.
I'm Jake, 26-year-old white male. I grew up in Snohomish. Enjoy sports, health, and fitness, and live an active lifestyle. 5 kids, and half my family is Canadian.
Good morning, I'm Jose. I'm a male, born in Mexico, married to my high school sweetheart. Got 2 kids. I like being hands-on and drag racing.
I'm Nate. I'm 24 years old, married. I like to spend my time outdoors and working on projects with my family and pets. I like staying super busy. I'm very goal-oriented, and I'm the first one in my family to graduate college.
I'm Steven. I'm 18 years
years old, graduated high school last year. My hobbies are hunting, fishing, and being outdoors.
Not least.
My name is Gregory Scott Osborne. After I was born as an infant, I was abandoned by a worthless so-called father, but raised by an awesome dad who gave me 3 brothers. One of them's in this room, but he forgot to mention that he was the brother, but that's okay. I'll mention it. I'm the oldest boy of 4. Father of another really good-looking kid that happens to be in this room as well. Joined the fire service. I'm a fat 55-year-old white male. Identify as he or him. Father of 3, husband, grandfather of 2 awesome grandkids. I'm conservative, and as I get older, more and more conservative. To steal a line from a song, I love hunting, fishing, and loving every day. I really enjoy fire training and traveling around the state, and sometimes out of state training firefighters and training blue firefighters. I would like to say go Cougs and woo!
Well, thank you all. We're just I appreciate you guys being willing and open and sharing this with yourself. Because I think this is an interesting and important exercise. One, it gives you guys an opportunity to learn a little bit more about each other. And to really kind of take a step back and think about who you are and what makes you yourself, right? And you know, we hear what other people, you know, identify as or interested in. Like if we share those commonalities with them, that's like a pathway that we can like forge a friendship or a good working relationship, right? But at the same time, those differences can also be, you know, basis for disagreement, dissension, or you know, lead to certain, you know, issues, especially in the workplace. And like one of the key pieces of, one of the key pieces of diversity that most likely impact your workplace, I've seen a lot, is generational diversity, right? And so a lot of you, you know, definitely identified. Whoa.
You get it on speed now.
Nuts, it wants to see the answers yet. So generational diversity. When we talk about, you know, the different generations, there are definite traits that, you know, are pretty common to each kind of generational group. And those differences and traits can, you know, lead to a lot of issues that come in work. And so I think it's important to think about not only, you know, the traits that are, you know, generally, you know, ascribed to your generation, but to think about and reflect on what traits, you know, belong to the other generation. So you can try and understand maybe what their preferred, you know, approaches to communication, how they view work-life balance, and what motivates them, what, you know, what kind of feedback really works for them. Each generation is different. Remember, you know, I'm talking in like kind of broad stereotypes, right? And so it's not going to be true for everyone. But I still think it's an interesting exercise to do to kind of think about those different generational traits. And so what I'm going to ask is if I can get one volunteer for each generation. So I know we got Dana, you're a boomer. I'm going to volunteer you. And voluntold.
Definition of volunteer.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So when we talk about the different generations, boomers are going to be early 40s. To 1964.
Oh.
Generation X, early 60s. To say, or like late 1980s, right? Because there is this cusper.
Thank you, Dave.
Also known as Zennials, right? Also known as the Oregon Trail generation. And this is like a micro generation, right? And this is like late 1970s. I'm born in 1978, so I'm definitely a Zennial. To 1984. Okay? And then everyone's favorite generation, the Millennials. I don't know like it. In 1984 and my kids' generation, 1996 to now.
So what do you call that one?
iGen or Gen Z. Right. So what I put up here, I'd like you to be the baby boomer representative. We're gonna need one representative from Gen X. Want someone to raise their hand?
I'll do it.
Okay, my Gen Xer. And then got the Zennials, remember that's 1978 to 1984, or Casper. Casper.
Are we going to our sheets?
Yeah, and you know, when you take your sheet and spread it out, so, because you're gonna be up there writing.
Yeah.
Then I need a millennial. Okay. And then an iGen Gen Z.
Bring it in.
Get you something to write with.
They're in the mailbox. Check the mailbox.
You're gonna need a new volunteer.
You're on.
We need a Cusper.
You need another Casper. Casper.
Dave, you're voluntold.
Voluntold. Who wants to be called a Casper?
That you know of.
So we're gonna think about and brainstorm kind of these key traits and how they differ amongst the generations. So when we talk about preferred leadership approach, when you think about a boomer, what is their general preferred leadership approach?
Direct.
Correct? What?
Very hierarchical.
Yeah, top down. Direct and hierarchical.
Spelling count.
Not spellers.
There's a spelling test. No one's gonna get points marked down for spelling, don't worry. I'm pretty sure I have some
Google it.
spelling errors. Huh? No. And so then, what about Generation X? How are we seeing like a change in the leadership style from the boomers to Gen Xers? Well, think about it. I mean, if they, came up under the generation, or were like their parents were the generation who were incredibly direct and hierarchical, and a very specific way of doing things.
They tell me what to do.
Generation X like kind of swings to the other side, right? There's that pendulum shift. So yeah, they're a little bit more independent, I would say. Not you. You're a Zennial.
No, I'm Gen X.
We're out of order.
Oh, we just moved it. Okay, I was like,
It says Gen X right here.
I'm blind, so.
What did we say? Indirect?
Independent.
Independent.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's how we need to do.
Yes, that's him.
And
But
then,
do what I said.
what about, I think Zennials and Gen Xers kind of have the same similar approach. Now, just to kind of explain a little bit more about like this micro generation, the reason why it's kind of been carved out as a separate generational group from boomers and Gen Xers is because we our experience with technology was really different. So, Gen Xers didn't go to, grade school or high school with computers, right? Maybe they learned to type. And boomers, I'm mixing up. Boomers didn't go to school with any of that, right? And you've got the Gen Xers who started to be introduced to technology through typewriters and stuff. But for the most part, technology wasn't really introduced into their lives and everyday work and school stuff until they were, past college age, right? Whereas the Zennials, I remember, I kind of pager in school, right? But I also, like, I was introduced to computers while I was in high school. So I have a much, I do have a complex relationship with technology. But I still have, I was more adaptable to technology than Gen Xers are, right? So because of those differences in the way they relate to technology and how we've experienced the world, there is that little micro-generation. But with respect to preferred leadership approach, I think they're pretty much the same. So let me get to millennials. What's their preferred leadership approach?
Can Siri do it?
Maybe a little more team-oriented, right? What's that?
What did you say?
Diverse.
Thank you.
Information-based, I think that's great.
Entitled.
I'm talking leadership approach now.
Again, entitled.
Okay, and then for our latest generation, or iGen, Gen Z, for our youngins in here, what's your preferred leadership approach? Kind of the same? Or like group oriented?
Yeah, I think social.
Then I think the trait that there's the most differences in is the differences in communication style. So, Dana, what's the preferred communication style of yours?
Not a lot of.
What's
Just,
They kept things to themselves.
right, okay. But what about the way we communicate, information, especially in the workplace?
We prefer talking face to face.
Right?
Yeah.
Thank you. In-person communication, right? Even like phone calls, right? That's something that, like I had to teach my son, who's 12, how to make a phone call. I forgot that he didn't know that. It's like just looking at the phone, like, what do you mean I have to call and order the pizza? I'm like, anyways. So there's those differences there, right? So in-person communication style. What about Gen Xers? How does that change from one generation to the next?
You like pagers?
Pagers. Pagers are awesome.
Texting.
I think Gen Xers, definitely still, in my opinion, prefer that more kind of like in-person, face-to-face communication, right?
Yeah.
But still, then we're able to kind of adapt a little bit more to the screen communication that we see today. So I'd say it's kind of like a hybrid.
Open to technology.
Mm-hmm. Guys got the email done. Zennials, kind of piggybacking on Gen Xers, are definitely still more of that hybrid, but leaning more towards the, adaptability to technology and being able to communicate effectively through it, right? And I'm thinking about millennials.
Acronym.
They love acronyms, don't they? But also, they prefer that communication be a little bit more kind of like removed, right? That in-person communication isn't necessarily important. Once again, remember these are generally speaking demographics. So I'd say, yeah, more screen-based communication. When you think about it, they communicate through email, through text, through Slack messages, everything is communicated through screen. And we'll talk a little bit about this later when we talk about how we communicate and the ways we communicate, and the fact that if you're just communicating via screen, a lot of what you're trying to say, right, isn't always conveyed or communicated, and so that can often lead to a lot of, issues in the workplace. So it's important to remember that too. And then our iGens, they are definitely all screen-based. Yeah. son had to teach me how to use TikTok. It's so cool. But that's also, you know, I would also put social media, right? So say they definitely communicate a lot more through social media, so not only through screens, but using very specific platforms that are designed for that kind of communication, right? Which those in, you know, older generations might have a little difficulty with, that kind of stuff. And then thinking about how they interact with others. They definitely have a different way that they view the world and kind of their place in it. So when we think about boomers, like, what's the way that boomers generally tend to interact with one another?
Get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn. I love that. Yeah.
That is so not true.
It is.
That's before the baby boomers, that's the really old people.
Isn't it more formal now?
Well,
I think it's more, our interaction with others is, well, it's just pretty personal.
they're personal,
We
right?
wanna know who you are, we wanna know more about you, we wanna understand you. After you get off my lawn.
But also I think, you know, your world, who you know and who you interact with is a lot smaller
Yes.
than, you know, the newer generations, right?
That's the way
So,
we prefer it.
yeah, so just kind of like small community, like, right. And then what about our Gen Xers? Have we seen a shift from the way boomers interact with others to Gen Xers?
With more, less intimate relationships.
What else?
I don't think that I mean, just thinking of what you said about how the pendulum somewhat swings a little bit. I think, yeah, I think we're a little more open in our communication than the generation before us.
Yeah, and also just have like a broader like community of people that you interact with, right?
Yeah.
And so that kind of lends itself so that you don't have as intimate of, you know, interactions with people because now you know more people,
Yeah.
right? Whereas boomers, smaller worldview, smaller kind of community based and very personal in the way they interact. Gen Xers, a little less intimate, right?
But I think that there's a difference in that I would say that I share, or my generation shares more about ourselves than the generation before, but we view it less intimately than the generation before would view it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So I think that we share more information more openly, but we're less guarded with it and don't think it's as big of a deal.
Whereas divulging personal information for a boomer might feel a little bit more, you know,
Yeah.
intrusive. Yeah, definitely, I think that's great. And do we think that's kind of changed a little bit as we're shifting towards millennials? We've seen like a shift in the Zennial generation?
Well, because you can only communicate so much over technology, so it's more difficult to communicate truly, authentically over social media than it is face to face.
But also that's a generational like attitude, right, and experience, because I think that has changed. Like I think with Zennials, because we have that, you know, unique relationship with technology, you know, we were able to communicate, you know, effectively like in person, we feel comfortable with that. But because technology was introduced early on, pagers, text messaging, we were able to kind of adapt to that a little bit more than Gen Xers, you know, so just a little bit more openness with respect to being able to communicate both in person with a large group, right, but also with a smaller group, and then via screens and technology, but still not quite as much like millennials.
The Xers, they share more, but they're still they're very different individuals, right? With millennials, it's just information goes to whoever, however, whatever. Gen Xers still want to share it directly with somebody.
So direct, still correct direct communication with an individual as opposed to like communicating like to an entire group, right? So millennials?
I guess, kind of based off what LT was saying, we've had technology our entire lives. Technology built by those two generations. So I guess our interaction is far reaching, whereas early technology has that creation of being able to interact with people around you. The internet, et cetera, has given us a chance to interact with people all around the world.
Yeah,
So I guess it'd be inclusive-based interactions, broad.
definitely, the more expansive, that's right. And then our latest generation.
I feel like with Gen Z, it's kind of shying more away from the face-to-face interactions and feels more comfortable just sharing things online. But I also feel like in instances people feel too comfortable and just share too much. So I just feel like when someone's behind a screen, it's like,
Well, yeah, and because that's all they know, like,
yeah.
they're, that's the way they communicate. And the idea, like, for me, I understand what oversharing on the internet is, but my kids do not, right? Like, they share just all kinds of scary personal information, like, go back and I look through their text messages, or like, you know, their posts to their social media, I'm like, I would never share that kind of information, right? But like, definitely, like, the younger generation feels comfortable just kind of putting everything out there for the entire world, right?
The other thing I've noticed is that there's a lot of groups there when baby boomers had groups, you know, we divided ourselves into just a couple of little groups. And nowadays, there's a group for anything and everything. And so it's almost like trying to specialize what they're sharing by making more and more groups.
Or maybe they're finally comfortable, like, expressing who they are and they see, you know, others who are like them, right? You know, where, you know, just think about, you know, how we view gender identity today in today's generation, as opposed to, you know, what gender identity meant to boomers when they were growing up. That wasn't even a thing, right? Like, the idea of, like, gender identity and your sex assigned at birth being two separate and distinct traits. Like, that's something that's really, you know, easy for the younger generation to understand because that's what they've grown up with, right? But it's definitely more difficult for older generations and even for mine, you know, because that wasn't something that we were ever taught or even exposed to really when we were growing up, right? So now, because with the proliferation of like all the information out there and the availability of different platforms to communicate, we're able to connect with people based on, you know, individual traits and, you know, common interests that we couldn't do before. Okay, and then what about their approach to feedback? I think this is an important one because obviously in your environment, feedback is important to help you learn and, you know, become successful. So what's the boomers' approach to feedback?
Personal. In other words, we don't want uneducated feedback. In other words, when we give feedback, it needs to be for an investigative generation.
Okay.
When we talk to each other, we already knew the person talking had already investigated what they were talking about, pretty sure it was true. Because we respected feedback.
I think that's great, respected feedback, right? And appreciated
We
it.
knew it was feedback that came from knowledge.
Right. And how do we think that's changed with Gen Xers?
We're happy to give feedback. We're not super happy to get feedback.
Yes, right? Happy to give it, don't want to take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that's pretty much true for Zennials too. Yeah.
Just on our pigtail.
What about millennials?
Even more.
I guess for the past decade or so, as we've come to age, we've kind of been a scapegoat for a lot of things. I'm sure a lot of people agree with that, but I guess in a sense that's felt condescending from previous generations. So I think as our voices get louder and we're able to speak, we like to give feedback as well. But at the same time, we also appreciate the feedback coming from older generations because it's constructive. But the approach, I guess,
Well, once again, you know, we're speaking generalities. Other millennials, what's your preferred approach to feedback?
I think there's a little bit more of a question, or, like, yes, give me feedback, but give me more, so I have questions about it. I don't know how to word
little more questioning it, right? Not always, taking it at face value. Maybe a little bit distrustful of it, right? I like your term apprehensive. And then our news generation.
I kind of think it's roughly the same. With the Gen Z, I feel like with giving feedback, it's very cautious and not really, this is like what you did, this is how you need to get better, instead of kind of going around the point of what you're trying to get across so you don't hurt their feelings. So, yeah.
Feelings-based.
Yeah, feelings-based feedback.
Yeah.
Instead of being constructive, you're kind of going around the point instead of just addressing it fully.
I'm more to focus on making sure everyone feels okay and doesn't get their feelings hurt, right? What about expectations with respect to the working environment, specifically in your environment, fire service?
You skip the training.
Hmm?
You start training.
Oh, views toward the, towards the fire service, yeah. Let's do that one first.
So it's views towards the fire service. I grew up as a kid, everybody wanted to be a firefighter. That was just the respect, there was no more respect.
Yeah, definitely.
I remember as a kid being 4 and 5 years old and getting fire extinguishers, getting pump water down, and I used to go in the ditches and do all the dead grass and everything as exercises.
Does that change from one generation to the next, do you think?
Not much, really. There's a lot of reverence towards the trade.
I think so, right? And I think that's something that permeates through each generation. So that's, one commonality that's important to just kind of point out and use as, a way to kind of bridge certain generational differences, right? But you at least all share that experience, right? And then you guys get to work in a profession that you all grew up respecting, right? And that's powerful, right? So you do share that component, definitely. But then, even though there's that shared kind of experience as to what fire service is and what being a firefighter means, there's still different expectations as to what the working environment should be from one generation to the next. So what about boomers? What are their kind of expectations in the firehouse?
Even baby boomer generations change. It's over time because we're the generation that, we could drink on the job and things that other generations are not out of the hall. But that stopped about halfway through our generation.
Yeah.
So the work environment, you just expected it to be expect to be able to go to work and do your work. And have an environment at work that was like a
Family, right? And how has that changed from the boomers to Gen Xers?
I think it's, there's a level of security in our job that is rare for our generation as far as pension and livelihood and consistency. It's not, a lot of baby boomers don't work at the same, Gen Xers don't work at the same place for 30 or 40 years. So it's pretty rare. And that, so understanding the rarity of it and the level of livelihood that it provides for us and security, I think that's an expectation of this career that most of us have that are in it that is different from our peers that have other jobs.
So still kind of like talking about what the boomers would experience, like that kind of family environment, because you do stay in the position, for years as opposed to just job hopping, right? So it becomes, the relationships that you build are a lot more personal, right?
Yeah.
And long lasting, right? And so does that then change like how you expect people to interact with each other in the firehouse?
For sure.
Which can cause problems, right? We're gonna talk a lot of things today. What about our millennials? How does that change? What are their expectations for their working time?
You talking like overall career or just like the day-to-day workflows, I guess?
Let's talk day-to-day.
Day-to-day, let's say respectful, safe, yeah, I guess inclusive, productive. I guess just everybody has a say, not day-to-day operations, but everybody's voices are heard. So I think
So going back to that team-based.
based off our team-based numbers, the information, I guess, kind of what LT was saying, sustainability. We want a career that we can come to or we can make a career in this fire service. Say not jump around from job to job. It's able to make us financially secure in an effort to run a more expensive society.
From the start to here, it's progressively getting more, what do I get for this? Instead of just, this is my job and I do it. There's more focus on what's for me to do that.
Right, exchange, yeah. If I'm gonna do that, what do I get?
Exactly. And I think that it's progressively from the start all the way to this point, progressively gotten more.
And does that lead to conflict then with the? Right. And so understanding that difference, right, and understanding, you know, the differences in motivation between one generation to the next, right? You know, the older generation still thinking this, I do it because it's my job, and you know, the generations get younger, it's, well, what can I have in exchange? How is this gonna, you know, give me a benefit? And whether or not you agree with that approach, is recognizing it so you can hopefully try and, you know, come to a resolution or work through whatever differences you have, right? But recognizing that there is that difference and respecting it, right? As opposed to challenging it. I think that leads to more issues too. What about our youngest generation? What are their expectations?
I would say when it comes to like day-to-day tasks, they want to know exactly what to do instead of, I guess, kind of winging it and messing up, and then everyone's eyes are on them. So like they don't want to be, I guess, the center of attention, but still want to get the tasks done to a point where everyone's going to look down.
Well, I think it goes back to they're much more information based, right? So they want to be told exactly what to do, right? Like walk me through the steps, tell me exactly what the expectations are. Whereas, you know, there's, you know, an expectation with maybe the Gen Xers and the Boomers that, well, you should know, right? Yes.
I've noticed with, it's just my opinion, but with the millennials and the Gen Z, they invite the why. They want to know the why to everything, to where from the baby boomer generation to Gen X, I know in my own experience being told, okay, do this. And there's not time to ask why or to explain why. And now the transition of they want the why, and it motivates them to do even more and better things. So that is a definite difference in stuff that we see day to day.
I'm also just the opposite side of the coin of the technology. So Gen Zs did grow up with computers and social media and all that. They are great with technology. But what that replaced from the baby boomer was working on the two-cycle engine and building the house by themselves, and, right? So they had gained all these other skills, but oftentimes have lost some of the skills that the baby boomers had, and in the fire service, we still have both of those skills needed. And so that generation is short on some of the stuff, that generation is short on some of the stuff, and then in between generations are part of that gap, and we gotta bring those two things together.
Exactly. So understanding and recognizing those differences is gonna go a long way in helping to bridge that gap, right? And, you know, respecting that difference and not, once again, challenging it. Just because it's different from your experience or what you expect, right? Doesn't mean it's wrong, it's just different. So understanding those differences are gonna help you to avoid some of those conflicts and stuff that will naturally arise in situations where people have really stark differences in their expectations, right? That's our next one. Work versus personal life.
Work is number one, personal life is number two.
And why is that?
I think it comes, maybe boomers as children, where they have that kid. Most of us grew up with very poor parents after the war. The country was still trying to recover. We had to work. All my friends were all working. We had newspaper routes, or we sold Christmas cards, whatever we do. It was just, we didn't have that kids. And work was just how we get out of that, how we provide and get better. So work just became more part of it.
Right. What impact do you think that had on the generation that the boomers raised?
Yeah, just the opposite. Mom and, dad was always, or mom and dad were always at work, were always, working hard to try to make it. And then, like for my kids, it kind of changed because I wanted them to have what I never had as a child. And so I made a point to do that, but then I kind of, with them, it's gone the other way. They lost some, we had to reteach maybe the work ethic and things like that, so that they would understand that just because they got things, they didn't have to work as hard as I did, it was still important to work.
Right.
And so it became a mishmash.
Yeah. And I think also, because work was always number one to boomers over personal life, then Gen Xers and Zennials, their parents were always working. So they wanted to be the type of parent that was more involved, right, with their kids, right? So, Gen Xers, they're the ones who created millennials. So, if you're gonna give millennials a bad rap for being entitled and, feeling like they're all precious little snowflakes, that's because of how Gen Xers raised them, right? Like, we created the helicopter parent because we didn't have, parents that were actively involved in going to our, soccer practices or recitals or, being a part of those, activities as a child, that we wanted to do that for our kids. So Gen Xers value personal life, right?
I think what Dana said really resonated with me in the idea that they were the have-not generation. That so I grew up as a have-not kid, so I very much identify with the work comes first. And but I definitely see in my generation where I have friends that came from diverse economical backgrounds, and definitely there's some of us that are constantly scraping and scratching for stability in that aspect where we identify with the work. Like my family's whole life revolves around my income and my job, so work always comes first, as opposed to, I know many people that view it differently, generationally. But what he said as far as the growing up poor and not having things, like that seems to be the trigger there in that mindset.
Yeah. Whereas I also like the phrase work hard, play hard. Like that's kind of how I think about Gen Xers too. Because yes, we still have that and carry that work ethic from the boomers that raised them, right? But once again, they wanted to, have more of a personal life and be able to share what they were able to, achieve in life with their kids, and they want to give their kids more, right? So kind of that balance. And then millennials.
I guess for me, I think it's been pretty split for us. Personally, I'm a big proponent of work-life balance. I want to have careers that will help me to enjoy my personal life as much as possible. But then I also feel that there's been a progression for our undergraduate age group in particular, as we are progressing in our careers and moving up the ladder. There's been a hustle culture that's kind of been instilled as work all the time to try and strive to be at the top. I see that a lot of my friends who are in pretty strenuous careers, like on the full time, like I said. I also like not being at work and being able to enjoy myself at the same time. I love this job. But I like to go do things that I enjoy outside.
Right. But I think you're right with the kind of hustle mentality. The whole idea and concept of at least the popularization of a side hustle, right? Your side gig, that is very popular with millennials. We're for me, I'm I don't want to work. I don't want to do it. But I think that that generation is much more open to that kind of, work as much as we can to get what we need to do all the fun stuff, right? What about our ideas?
So with the Gen Z, I feel like it's more of a conflict of authority. So like Gen Z has issues seeing above the chain of command or kind of talking to their leaders as if they're their friends at work. So having issues with that work-life balance of, being friends outside of work and then taking those personal relationships and bringing them into work when those should be separate and it's not like the appropriate opportunity or place to talk to coworkers or talk to your leaders like that.
Right, so yeah, I think you're right. I haven't really thought about that. But yeah, they definitely what we're believing through, like that work and personal life, yeah. And then Eric kind of talked a little bit about relationship with technology as far as communication styles. What about their ability to face change? How adaptable are boomers?
So boomers had a choice. So in the late 80s, technology changed everything. It began to, the Apple versus Microsoft battles and superiority, and so technology just took off. So I remember in 1988 working for the White House. There was a definite choice that had to be made as a baby boomer. You either embraced technology or you didn't. And that was a huge change. Those that didn't embrace it, refused to learn how to use the computer and everything else, and their careers just went to the ground. Those that did embrace the change, their careers began to succeed in those places, and that's how it turned out. It just, that was just the changes. Because I would say probably 3/4 of the people just didn't change.
Right.
It just didn't do it.
Couldn't adapt to that
Yeah.
shift.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly. It's sad to watch.
And so how has that changed with Gen Xers and Zennial?
We started asking the questions, why, and we don't like the answer because that's the way we feel.
Because I said so.
So a lot of why, and trying to see behind the scenes to figure out. We went from the, it's not broke, don't fix it, to we can build a better mousetrap.
There you go. Yes.
Efficiency.
I love that. And so has that changed with respect to millennials?
I think our education got to see the full force of what technology had to offer. It gave us a chance to truly understand it and utilize the benefits of it, but also gave us the chance to adapt and evolve it at the same time. I think it's allowed us to be really educated and informed since then, and continue to make us ask why, as we were talking about earlier. But I think we got to see the true benefits.
Still do.
Yeah, it's still.
And so how has that changed then with Gen Z?
I think Gen Z totally embraces the technology aspect and knowing that, every single year the new tech comes out and someone with Gen Z tendencies doesn't want to be seen with an iPhone that's like 3 years older than the newest model. So, I mean, always want the best, always want the greatest, and not necessarily if this generation wants to put it to work to develop that new technology, but they want to have it.
And immediately, like
Right.
when it comes out.
Yeah, like immediate satisfaction and gratification
Like
instead of,
instant gratification. Yeah, I think, and that idea of instant gratification really kind of permeates a lot of the things of Gen Z, right? But that's also just because of the, how readily available information, and things are because of, the amount of technology that is just, been raised, right?
Right.
So, no. So, I think it's important, like I said, to reflect on these differences so you can kind of understand if there are issues going on with individuals that you work with that maybe, are different generation. Stop and think about, are one of those, is that conflict a result of differences in expectations, right? Maybe you need to meet them on their level. If millennials are more, comfortable communicating via screens or through text messages, And, you know, the boomers or the Gen Xers that want to communicate with them effectively are like, nope, it's gotta be in person. There's a disconnect there, right? So trying to meet, you know, the other individual where they're at can be a really effective way to bridge that gap. So, you know, learning to use text messaging to communicate more could be helpful in building a relationship. But also at the same time, millennials, my gen, need to then also try and meet the older generation where they're at, understanding that they don't have the same type of communication, right? So I think this is an important exercise, like I said, just because it gives you an opportunity to think critically about those different traits. So, okay, we're gonna do like a 10-minute break, and then we come back, and that's when we get into all the fun black letter law.
Water bottle.
Okay. So in the materials that were handed out to you earlier, you were also provided with 3 specific district policies that we are going to spend some time going over today. The first of which being the EEO policy. So this is 510. So what we're going to do before we break for lunch is I'm going to walk you through kind of what the black letter law is with respect to discrimination and harassment. So you can understand exactly what these policies are doing, what the legal obligations are, not only of the district, but also your obligations to adhere to certain expectations while you're working with the district, right? And so I think it's important to look at each term and understand what it means, right? Because I think terms discrimination and harassment get thrown around a lot, and there's not understanding as to like the legal import of using those terms, okay? So when we talk about discrimination, there's federal and state laws that regulate, right, the district's legal obligations with respect to providing and maintaining a harassment and discrimination-free working environment, right? They're legally obligated to do so. So not only are there, laws that govern those obligations, but the district has also enacted certain policies that kind of go a little bit above and beyond what the law requires and provides. So that's why it is really important for you guys to not only like just have the policies, but know them. I'd like you to take time to read them today. Like we will be going through key pieces of it, but I think it's important for you to still, take it upon yourself to become familiar with it, because you are going to be held accountable under all of it, right? Okay. So when we talk about discrimination, discrimination isn't always bad, right? I have very discriminating taste when it comes to Greek food, and that's appropriate. That's not the type of discrimination we're talking about. When we talk about discrimination, it's going to mean, when you're distinguishing between 2 or more people or things, right, based on, or treating someone differently based on their protected class status, right? And so that, the way discrimination can manifest itself, it can be an unfair system or program, right? An action or behavior that an individual takes towards another, right? That results in the unfair treatment of another individual because of that protected class status. And the intent, whether or not you intended to discriminate or harass someone, does not matter, right? And so protected class status, what that is, I'm gonna go through the last one to see that. So basically the federal legislature and also the state legislature have identified certain core dimensions of diversity, remember those key pieces of ourselves that we came into the world with, and elevated them to what's called a protected class status, right? They basically said you shouldn't be treated differently because you were assigned a female sex at birth. You shouldn't be treated differently because of your religion, right? And so any action or behavior that results in the mistreatment of someone based on those classes are going to be not only violative of the district's policies, right, but also violative of state and federal law. So when we talk about protected class statuses, this is our whole world, okay? So race, national origin, sex assigned at birth, that also includes pregnancy, language you speak, religion, disability, age, but only if you're 40 and over. You can discriminate against someone for being young, dumb, and stupid. I encourage that. Height and weight, your sexual orientation, your gender identity, your genetic information, and association with a protected class. And what that means is the federal and state legislatures wanted to ensure that if you chose to associate with someone who maybe was treated differently because of their protected class status, and you get lumped together with them, you are gonna then get their protection as well, right? So it's meant as a means of encouraging people to still want to associate with individuals, even though they might be discriminated against based on their protected class status. Harassment. I apologize. It's my kids' school. I'm just gonna take this.
Quick break.
Sorry.
So policy 501, the code of conduct, employee discipline, that is our current policy, but we're in the middle of a rewrite, so it should be out in the next month or two. So we're on target safety, so I really encourage you, once we get it rewritten, to review the new policy. It'll be building on this one and making modifications. So although you have two newer updated policies, the one is yet to be done. We should be completing that anytime. Greg has a hack that he likes to do.
Yes.
Pass the time.
I didn't bring my mask, Jake. I mean, that's not me, that's a guy in a mask. That's not, you've seen that guy. I've seen him. Seen another guy in a mask once. Yeah. Small video.
Yes.
Yeah, we ate the last of our corn. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the perfect size for my kids. I think we had two big ones, but they like my little corn on them. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't grow bigger. Yeah, they only got that big. Oh, that's what I think. Yeah.
Okay, guys, let's come back to it, Maddie's taking over. We have Chief Sheriff, we can make that happen.
Here's a video.
Chris, got video play, chief?
I'll give it a shot.
Phase one. Make it slow. That's exactly what you think it's gonna be.
The videos are going very well after that.
I think we could probably guess.
That's Chinese. This died out long ago, but our cat just took a visit. I'm here eating now. It's chives. Whatever.
Well, just gotta get you together over here. Sorry to interrupt your lunch, everyone. I want you all to be clear that here at Beta Corp, we have zero tolerance for workplace sexual harassment, and all offenders will be terminated. That being said, unfortunately, we had to fire our CFO, Doug Gibb.
Finally, yeah, good riddance.
Bastard. And also our front desk guy, Charlie.
Oh, not Charlie.
And if it's okay, we've asked them to come out and formally apologize to all of you before they leave. Come on out here, guys.
Thank you, Glenn. I just want to say to all of you that I am deeply and truly sorry for anything inappropriate that I may have done while working here. Yeah, my bad. To Janet in particular, I know that I've playfully referred to you as my little honeybee, and it made you feel uncomfortable, and I know now it was wrong, and I'm sorry.
It was gross, and you're gross.
Janet, I know that sometimes you would walk by me, and I'd be saying something like, Then I'd shake my head, do a little dance, and ask you not to hurt nobody with that thing. It was wrong. I'm sorry.
Charlie, you're so crazy.
Well, that is classic Charlie.
Okay. Amanda, there was one time at a meeting recently where I commented on your dress and your figure, and even though I meant it as a compliment, apparently it was still inappropriate. So for that, I'm sorry.
Oh, apparently? Okay, well, apparently you still don't get it, and that's why they fired your creep ass.
Mandy, sweeter than candy. I remember I said something about that dress too. I think it was along the lines of, Woman, you want to think of a bowl of biscuit now? I want to make on top of your pan with extra jelly. Then I did a little dance. Hurt nobody with that thing. It was inappropriate. That's my bad.
Charlie, you are just too much.
You know I ain't got no sense.
You can't fire Charlie, it's just Charlie.
It was a corporate decision, Denise. My hands are tied.
Denise, what creep? Look, I know that you didn't like me suggesting to you that you get further ahead in this business if you smiled a little more, but it was just advice. Well, it sucked and you sucked.
That is legit awful, Doug.
Okay, I know. That's why I'm saying sorry now. Denise, you know at one time, I think I maybe suggested that if I was 11 years younger, I'd put you in a large sack, throw you in the trunk of my Eldorado, drag you to my sister Betty's house with a big old medical bed, crack open out the window, and show you a good old time for 28 minutes.
That's my boss, Charlie.
How are you okay with that?
Shut up, man. That's just Charlie.
Yeah, he's a sweet old man.
Glenn, you can't fire Charlie, it's the holidays.
Believe me, I don't want to. I wish I was just firing Doug, too.
What? No. Don't worry about me, sweet, sexy Jenny. Maybe I can get a job at Santa. Then I can sneak down your chimney, tie up your old man, crack open out the window, and give you a 28-minute present.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you? You said he wants to break into your home, tie up your husband, and crack open the windows for some reason. That's to get the funk out. And then have sex with you.
Hey, well, don't make it gross, Doug.
Yeah, why do you have to make everything sexual?
He's a sweet old man. What is your deal?
Well, it just feels like you guys are going easier on him because he's a charming old black man and he's done way worse stuff. I mean, he's Charlie. What does that mean? Look, maybe Doug is right. Tommy, you remember that time I met your fine-ass wife at the office Christmas party?
Of course I do, Charlie.
I remember that. And I held her hand up and twirled her around, and then I yelled out, "Ain't no way! Little bitty Tommy hitting this thing right."
Yes.
And then later on, I saw your junk at the urinal, and it was a good size. So I went back out to the party, and I yelled out, "I stand corrected. Homeboy Tommy is packing some heat."
Yeah.
You think that's why I'm getting fired?
No, it's not, Charlie. It actually has nothing to do with sexual harassment. Corporate says they have you on camera stealing $380 in petty cash. Plus, they found half a pound of cocaine and a bag of tiny balloons in your locker.
Oh, okay.
And you saved a ton of pornography onto the lobby desktop and folders marked Charlie Stuff.
So you found that?
Yeah. And you signed out the company van, reported it stolen, and it was found 3 days later parked outside of a brothel with your keys still in the ignition and your brother asleep at the front in the front wheel.
What? Clowns was still in there?
Yeah. And your name's not Charlie, it's Ronald Washington. And you're wanted in Pennsylvania for kidnapping.
So it's still kidnapping if I bring them back. Okay, that's my bad.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're gonna do, obviously, you can identify the bad things in that video. But in order to get more familiar with this content, we're gonna do an activity called Human Continuum, which is really my personal favorite. And so how this works, you're gonna be groups of 8. In each envelope, there are pieces of paper, and each piece of paper has a separate scenario. And how it works is, you're gonna have your envelope, each person will draw one piece of paper, you'll read your scenario out loud, and you're gonna rank in a human continuum from not best to worst, least bad to most bad, how you think each scenario goes. So by the end, you should be holding up your piece of paper, you'll be in a line, least bad to most bad, for each scenario. Does that make sense?
Yes.
For you guys, I need you to count yourselves off.
How does it make the groups?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now these 8, these 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
We're with
Oh, I see. You're with this guy.
You can go this way, you go this way.
Where this gentleman works. No shredding, free
I would,
Can't take no for an answer.
So do they get that?
This is sending over a nurse.
Basic question.
I think so. I think that goes.
Awesome.
We're supposed to rank these. Accidental pornography? Celebratory drinks?
I've got off-color, I've got off-color. A workplace so casual that employees swear.
Now, we're supposed to put on least bad, worst bad, right? So I'll read my turn. Okay, you ready? In workplace
so casual that employees swear, call each other names, make jokes, they constantly tease each other. Telling raunchy or off-color jokes or jokes about cars, people, gays, and a favorite pastime is a favorite pastime. The consensus is that this behavior is okay because no one other rules beyond Jewish communities, and in fact, no one does. If we all list of any others, it's pretty bad. Okay.
Okay, on to the next. Celebratory. Yeah. They should go out for drinks and celebrate. Well, the manager offers the job, but implies that the offers is only if the potential employees. I think I'm number one so far.
Okay, so if you want to do it, this was least worst, put this one right here, you're down there at least, so far. Okay. Either way. This is a group. This is like a group of four.
Potential employee interviews for a new position, hiring manager, incidents, salary, manager honors in the job, supervise, the author stands for each employee. Potential employee has
So the event doesn't mean an employee occasionally shares personal emails with coworkers, only more including what it means to
can't trust your friends.
both on sexism. Sexism is wrong.
I would say, for me, yes, one. What was yours again? I would say his is the least worst.
Yeah, and me, this is after. I think it's a step above pet names. Well, pet names are right to me.
This is to just your
does not have any objections in the report.
with coworkers, so that should be everybody.
Yeah, that would be.
This is with just your
This is somebody that gives everything.
Second, you think this is?
Whether people want to be involved in it, I think she's right.
Pet names, I think, could be. So I would think my invasive is somewhere in the middle because they're not appropriate with inquisitive. They're not like you're gay. So you guys feel the same? Something like that. So where do we put pet names?
So we got, I think, has it straight told erotic, stop asking.
I guess we did. I should ask you.
So the first one, and then whatever the second one. I would say first.
Even if you didn't have.
Here's what I see.
I think it's in here.
He shared that one. So this is Cheddar Rabbit West. So he's not sharing it with, he's not.
He's not showing.
So that's why I was like sometimes you share my grants. Yeah.
Moving on.
I think one male employee 40 in comments, another male employee 5 driving related.
But this is
male boost, penis size,
You would think after the first.
Definitely apply. Well, so you like this one, fire. It's right.
It all comes to that. It's my crew that I always work with. And you're friends with them. If they say something like stop doing that, then it would be, then you push it on. I mean, it's tough.
Even if they pretend to be okay with it, you might still not be okay with it.
I mean, so is this, like, this is straight harassment. So we got this one right up here. That's also, it's put it here because it says it's so it's all kind of depends on. It's all back, just so where.
Yeah, I mean, these guys.
That's talking to me, basically.
It's a group of workers
Targeting individuals for.
I've seen more of a higher. Oh,
Everybody okay with their bottom floor?
Joe hates that one.
What are you targeting someone to participate or anything?
That's what I'm saying, like if it's.
I like someone's the spokesperson, everybody
Y'all remember that other?
See what I'll see what the rest of the yeah, we know
Yeah, what do you want to say Why not?
I was just gonna grab. Unless you want to do.
Cool. Yeah. But now I forgot the word.
Oh, you're the
first shredder. Where's the ready?
Now what should be on your lap?
pet names or invasive?
Smoke shot, all right.
That one's my favorite. Pick your spokesperson. Don't make the gals do it, 'cause that's rude.
I can be the spokesperson for us. What do we, what am I doing?
I'll throw those jokes in there. Go down.
Okay, looks like everybody's finished. So starting with group number 1, walk me through your order here. Yeah,
Oh,
I'll make you
that's
in.
okay. So we put, this is the least to worst for our group.
The worst.
Least bad. They're all bad, but least bad. So we went with accidental porn as the least bad of our group. Because you can't trust your friends, and if you're not supposed to do anything on work emails, but if it's on your own phone and someone sends you something and someone else sees it, you don't intend for that to happen and it wasn't directed at other people. And of the other options, we thought that was the least bad. Next, can't take no brands. Oh yeah. So for this one, we put this next in line because for a couple reasons. One, she never has told him, like, stop asking me, I have a boyfriend. It's just assumed, or everyone knows she has a boyfriend, and she keeps saying, maybe next time, or maybe this, or maybe that. She's never told him, and maybe the guy just doesn't know, and he just doesn't get it. So we put that next in line. The offensive meme we put third because it is isolated towards a protected class, and that's why we put that next. Off-color jokes. These are bad, but they were isolated for their crew and without anyone else hearing them. And so we thought it would go higher. If this got out to, and other people heard it, and if it was widespread, it would be towards the end. But since it's isolated within their crew, we put it lower on or higher on the list. So it's lower on the list? Somewhere. It's less than that. Pet names. It's getting more bad at this point. They are. You're not. It's not isolated. So you're speaking to everyone in the department in a different way, and you have different pet names for all the women, and that it's just wrong and weird. So we invasive questions. We put that after pet names because we thought that if it's going against their or you're questioning their sexual orientation or just straight up harassing them about it, whether you're friends or not, it's pretty bad. Body shaming, that's just straight up harassment. Whether you guys are friends or not, if they like it or don't care, or don't say anything about it, it's still wrong. And then celebratory drinks is the worst.
Cheese.
Did you guys have any disagreement?
We had, yeah.
Which ones were the most contentious?
These two,
Pet names and invasive questions?
and it was kind of, you know,
Okay,
they could be in
yeah.
a few different areas.
They're in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, this group, walk me through what you have, and I wanna know about what's different.
Excuse me. Yeah, so it was very, very similar. But being the lowest, the accidental porn, someone opens it up, they close it right away. They're not out sharing it with their coworkers saying, oh, take a look at this. The offensive meme, that they were sharing it, so that is not appropriate. Can't take no for an answer was lower on the spectrum, again, much like you pointed out. There was no complaint made, there was no refusal or indication that it made someone uncomfortable, which is required for any sort of harassment on the sexual front for that. Invasive questions, clearly inappropriate, has to do with sexual orientation and not appropriate whatsoever. Pet names, clearly harassment based on sexual orientation, and body shaming, not appropriate in any situation. I was next with off-color jokes, and the reason why we put off-color jokes in a different place than you did was because regardless of it's with your own crew or not, and I have a family member who actually experienced this, some other person walked by, or even someone who's in your crew, may still take offense whether or not they're in your crew. And it's inappropriate to be joking anything again about religious aspects or sexual behavior. And then our last one, our highest offense was, again, celebratory drinks. Totally inappropriate. And
Which one did you guys disagree on the most?
the middle ones, we switched around a few times,
Okay.
but I think we finally all came to pretty much an agreement on the thought process behind how we did the order.
What about this group? You guys also put in with accidental porn and class. That's great. Can you walk me through the middle ones? It seems like so far we're 3 for 3 on the least bad and most bad.
Yeah, our group, we were pretty, I don't know, pretty unanimous, I think, in the place. I mean, we thought that the pet names were not really that severe. With Blondie, Honey, and Dog, like those, it didn't really get our group.
Hold on.
I felt like that was sort of the least bad. Body shaming, that's getting more harassing. And we moved on from there to the off-color jokes, probably.
Is there any big disagreement?
No. Really didn't.
Was there anywhere where you thought maybe like more facts would have clarified it one way or the other?
Yeah, probably all of them didn't get more facts.
What about you guys in the back? You also have accidental porn and.
Yeah, accidental porn, but equal, offensive means, that was near the bottom because it only, the fact we have was only that one meme, although we showed a lot of personal emails, we made it high, so that went down there, and then the basic questions we put there. Again, starting to get fairly bad on that one, but again, the single incident. Here's where we're kind of at, I would say, treatment we use. Decisions about off-color jokes with the ship, we put that there because it's so pervasive. And again, maybe never pervasive, one person might not feel comfortable with it, but we wouldn't come out and say that because it's so pervasive. These two are the most debated. Body shaming we put there, again, we targeted, and over, so making them. But you can't take over answers or higher than I think a lot of people again lose that pervasiveness. And she doesn't have to say no, she's made it very clear that she's not interested in that pervasiveness is what takes higher. Pet names, I think we're higher than most people, and we put that there because it's a supervisor. So the supervisor doing that has a position of authority, so that made it a lot higher than no employee.
And, there's the word.
Technically,
I got it too. Sorry.
I want to skip to you guys, because you guys have, can't take over an answer below accidental porn.
Yeah, I guess we're a little bit of an outlier. We put, can't take no for an answer on the least bad of the bad spectrum. because there was no, and there's actually, she actually had the opportunity but didn't take it to shut the harassment down. So it hadn't entered the category of offensive as some, more offensive as some of the other ones. Second, we had accidental porn because it was shut down immediately, wasn't shared, and it seems accidental. And then we had off-color jokes, which came for second. Offensive meme, same thing, but it's being shared amongst the group. Then pet names, body shaming, we found on the higher end of the offensive category. Invasive questions were very direct and was in regards to sexual activity as well, and celebratory drinks. An interesting thing, can't take no for an answer, and celebratory drinks are just one complaint different. So if this person had complained, and the position of the person doing the asking, then they could have been one or the other scale.
It seemed like the last one too was a condition of employment.
Yeah, exactly.
I think also with the, we're gonna talk a lot. The celebratory, or the can't take no for an answer, if you switch the gender, if it was, you know, two guys in this situation, there was no inclination that there was any romantic intent or anything like that. If it had been two guys and this had been the situation, that, I mean, we wouldn't even question it, like, or vice versa. And she had continually said, like, maybe next time, you know, what, you know, gave answers like that. So it didn't seem like there was any intent there other than socializing.
We're a diverse group, I think, because we have yeah. Well, this is the worst. But we talked about by the different generations too, how they would use some of these things. And we also, it's a diverse group, we have age and male and female, we have some younger people, we have some people with different beliefs. And so I think that helped us place our role. We did have a couple in the middle where we were sure we placed the move around a couple times and just decided to do better.
Which were the ones that you think the generational aspect influenced the most?
That's a question that James was hoping for one, because I think, yeah, I think like some older generations saying honey or sweetheart or things like that might be seen as okay, whereas younger generations might not like that, so I think we have something very
Way creepier from younger than older.
And also personal experience. I was kind of a holdout on this because I'd experienced it, and I'm like, oh, that's a trigger from there. I don't want it to be the way it is.
You guys had some recordings about an off-color jokes is the least bad.
I think it's between two men, so it's like it was in a group, and I think it would be like more information. There was somebody that was competitive with anything, or go out there, but.
So you assumed no one was, or did they say that?
Yeah.
You guys have to take ingredients from one middle. Did you guys debate that or what?
You know, we just decided that, people are asking,
Alright, so now, if you think your card is bullying, hold on.
I do remember
Okay, now what about if your card might constitute harassment? Yeah, everybody.
Fearless provider.
Okay. I'm curious, was there anyone who thought that any of the scenarios didn't amount to harassment?
I still think that can't take no for an answer, I think is pretty benign. It seems like a social situation, you know, and maybe they all often go out for drinks together. It's just, I think I would need more information on intent and conversation and stuff like that to really consider that.
I'll back that up, actually, in some previous training I've had, which was a long time ago, but I remember the big turning point was if the person told them to stop, then it became. And it sounds like that's not the case now.
Right. So, definition of harassment, remember this is a legal term, right? It's gonna be unwelcome conduct, and it's either conduct physical, verbal, or visual, right? That unreasonably interferes with an employee's job performance or creates an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment. Now, the conduct also has to be repeated, right? So this is situations or comments that happen more than once. There is certain conduct that only happen once and will rise to the level of harassment, but usually it has to be repeated and pervasive. And the conduct does have to be unwelcome. However, individuals who are experiencing harassment aren't obligated to say no if they don't feel comfortable doing so, right? Because for the most part, a lot of people, myself included when I've been in these situations, I don't feel comfortable saying no or speaking out, especially if it's a situation where maybe I'm dealing with someone who's my superior, right? Or, who has some, influence or impact on my career, right? So I might not want to put myself in a position to make things worse by saying no, right? So a lot of times people will just go along with whatever harassing conduct is happening because they don't want to put a target on their backs. They don't want to be known as the one who's like, you can't do that, right? So you guys need to let go of the idea that someone has to tell you to stop before it becomes harassment, because that's not true. There's no obligation for the person who's being harassed to say no. Obviously, if you feel comfortable speaking up, do so. And also, if you're the kind of person who does feel comfortable speaking up for others, then if you see something, say something, right? You be the voice for someone else too, right? Like give them an opportunity to, correct their behavior, right? But put them on notice if you can. But once again, there isn't an obligation. But the conduct does have to be unwelcome. The other thing that I noticed, I was taking notes as to the differences in order that people put the scenarios. And I think it's interesting because obviously we all have different opinions as to what's offensive and what's not, right? I think there's definitely differences in the generations, right? I think that highlighting the pet names is something that was, very acceptable for the older generation. I mean, and I know that's something that Maddie and I faced when we were going up against, old white men attorneys who constantly refer to us, as, dear or sweetheart, and they mean it as a term of respect or endearment, right? There is no intent to harass. That's the other key piece. Your intent doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if you didn't intend to hurt someone, harass someone, or to offend someone. The law does not care about your intent. And that's because it's really hard to tell what your intent is, right? So it's not an excuse or a defense to say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't intend to harass you, I didn't intend to offend you. It doesn't matter, right? So take intent out of it. So a lot of the scenarios you guys have placed, lower on the list because there wasn't an intent to, send that information out, right? Or the accidental harm. intent doesn't matter. Like, I cannot stress that enough, right? And then, what was the other one? Oh, bystander harassment is also very real, right? So people assume, well, I know my audience, these are people that I can joke around with, and this is how we all engage. And everyone takes part in that conversation. But if someone else sees what's going on or listens, even though they're not a part of that conversation, they can still feel harassed or intimidated by that conversation, right? So don't just assume that the people you're talking to are, the only ones that can be affected by your actions or behavior, right? So I always tell people, one, assume that everyone is gonna be offended by what you say, right? Like, just assume that. And then assume that everyone is listening with an ear towards, is this inappropriate behavior, right? So don't trust your audience, right? Because there could be other people that are listening who are impacted by what's happening. But also, the individuals that you think are participating in, the conversation or contact, and are laughing along at those off-color jokes maybe, they could still feel harassed without speaking up. So don't assume that just because someone's laughing, that they're okay with the conduct or behavior, right? And so this all boils down to, you all have an obligation, a responsibility to be mindful of what you say and do when you're representing the district, when you're working. You have to see your professional life and your professional interactions as professional, right? The courts don't look at the context of discrimination or harassment anymore, right? It used to be, there were certain things you couldn't say, or that you could say it, like on a foundry room floor in construction, that you couldn't say at, to a preschool teacher, right, or, church, right? Context matters. Context does not matter, right? So your workplace and the actions that you engage in your workplace are going to be measured by the same standard as actions and behavior that I engage in like an office setting workplace. And that's difficult because obviously, as you guys know, like the nature of the fire service and like the nature of the firehouse, there's definitely a more personal and intimate kind of like relationship that you guys have with each other, and that lends itself to more personal jokes and conversations that maybe you wouldn't have in a more professional setting. So talk to me about what you guys have experienced with respect to that culture in the firehouse. I'd love to know what you guys have seen.
I think, can I add something that is more of a challenge in the firehouse is sleep deprivation and stress and fatigue under those things. Like, I think oftentimes the behavior of somebody who hasn't slept for 24 hours is different than the behavior of somebody when they come in at work at 7:30 in the morning. There seems to be more challenges associated with that as well.
But what about, like the nature of like your relationships with the people you work with and how they, differ from personal relationships you have outside of work, or do they?
The fire service is always priding itself on being a family.
Right.
But unfortunately, things that happen in family are not appropriate for the workplace. So trying to balance the positive parts of what being a family means and eliminating all of the negative parts is very challenging. It's hard to dissect those two pieces of a family and keep those things that we want and eliminate those things that we shouldn't have.
Different creates groups where you are at work together and you have time off together. And a lot of those folks will get together during their off hours and do things at that same group as when they work. Some people obviously are the supervisors of those groups. We don't have the language. There's usually supervisors, persons. That's still always the case.
power dynamic impact of their work, especially their subordinates? I mean, if your, lieutenant is making, crass jokes, like, you feel like, well, if I don't laugh along, maybe, I'm gonna get picked on or like singled out, so you laugh along, right? So those power dynamics are really important, especially if you are in a leadership position. You have to recognize that because you do have the ability to impact someone else's career, right? That puts you in a position of trust, and they're trusting you to act accordingly. And if you don't, they're not likely to be able to or feel comfortable to speak up and say, hey, don't do that, right? So once again, it goes back to that personal responsibility. You guys have to take responsibility for your own actions and don't rely on other people to tell you to stop or that it's inappropriate, right? Like, this is your reset day. You now, after today, you will know exactly what behaviors and actions are going to be inappropriate, and not only violative of federal and state law, but of the district's own policies, right? And you'll read the policies. There is a zero tolerance for harassment and discrimination. Once again, remember, when we talk about harassment and discrimination, we're talking about actionable legal harassment and discrimination. So like harassment, I can harass someone or Maddie because she loves Disneyland and I hate Disneyland, right? Loving Disneyland is not a protected class status. So if I choose not to hire her, or if I choose to fire her because I'm sick and tired of listening about Disney, I can do that, right? That's fine. I can even give her, like grief on a daily basis and make fun of her, right? That, yeah, it's still not harassment. Because harassment is a form of discrimination, meaning it has to be based on your protected class status, okay? So harassment still for it to be actionable, needs to be tied to someone's protected class status. So there are other, actions and behaviors that you can engage in, like teasing and ribbing, right? That won't rise to the level of harassment if it doesn't relate to a protected class status. But that's not to say that that conduct couldn't constitute bullying or hazing, right? Which could be in violation of district policy too. We'll talk a little bit about that for lunch, but first I want to kind of think about and brainstorm what examples of harassment you've seen, right, in the firehouse. And just remember, we've got three kinds of harassment. There's verbal, there's visual, and there's physical. So you'll see up here, we've got our boards up. I'm going to ask for 4 volunteers if they have pulling too. Number 1, you are physical. 2, you are bullying. 3, you are verbal. Need one more? You're visual.
Can I ask a question about what Greg just said about the shift work stuff? Can you talk about on or off duty? Does it, if we're interacting with people that are our subordinates or our supervisors, does that matter if we're on or off duty in those situations?
If you are in a leadership position, you should just assume that all of your conduct can be imputed to the workplace, right? With respect to how you interact with your subordinates, right? Because the power dynamics never dissipate in that situation, whether you're on duty or off duty, right? So I would just make the assumption that your off duty conduct can be imputed to on duty misconduct. Okay, so we're just gonna shout out, give examples. Let's start with got verbal. What are some examples of verbal harassment that you've seen in the firehouse?
Hey, Sony, real quick, with verbal harassment, if people are saying stuff and With me, for instance, use myself here as an example, I'm not offended by it, but I say, man, that's appropriate for somebody. Is that the same?
So, I'm sorry.
The guy makes a comment about for example, hypothetically, male about a female that works in the same car. Says it, I said, man, don't say that no more. But it really, other than, I don't believe the ones in my fire station, it doesn't bother me or affect me. Or I don't think it's harassment, but it's totally inappropriate, somebody else probably would. Is that the same?
Well, because what's gonna be offensive to one person isn't necessarily gonna be offensive to another, right? So, but the thing is, when it comes to harassment, the recipient of the conduct is going to get to determine whether or not it's offensive, right? So, whereas some individuals might not find that offensive, they just think it's inappropriate. A woman in that situation could find it incredibly offensive.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
So, again, just assume that everyone's gonna be offended by what you say, right?
I always say is the courts use a reasonable person standard, so look at similarly situated reasonable people, and you should assume that the reasonable person is your lawyer. That's who's judging. So what's reasonable plus.
Because that's the other thing, you know, some people, you know, a woman might be offended if a man opens a door for her and tells her she looks nice, right? Whereas, you know, another woman might not be offended by that. But that individual person's, you know, feelings are going to help measure what is offensive. But that's always going to be measured against that reasonable person standard. So would a reasonable person looking at that situation say that is offensive, right? Holding a door open, not offensive, right? But making comments about the way someone looks, offensive. Always.
Don't do that.
Right? So, just because someone might be offended by your conduct doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be harassment, right? It's still going to be measured against that reasonable person standard.
What if they've recently gone through a change, such as like coloring their hair or doing something, like he's obviously changed the way he looks. I like to color your hair. No?
Don't do.
Yesterday it was purple, today it's blonde.
She's going through something, let her have it.
I mean,
Or offended.
well.
Offended culture.
I don't think it has to be offensive. I think what Greg, the point Greg just said, is that it doesn't have to be offensive, it's still not workplace appropriate. Like whether it's offensive or not. So just drawing that line, I made a comment to Brian about his haircut today. He got a new haircut, and so we were talking about that, but I guess what I'm learning is making comments about somebody's appearance is not appropriate for the workplace. Sure,
It is.
but yeah.
Comment about, hey, you got a haircut and I like it, it seems seriously extreme.
Bring this back to the protected by status though. Like if your haircut, there's ways to comment on someone's haircut that is totally gender neutral, like the size of your head or shades, and there's sides that are like, yeah, you have to know how it's said, if it's based on that person being a woman or.
But also remember, yes, is it extreme? It is. But if you're making comments about someone's appearance, right? And it might just start out with a haircut, but then it might, you know, continue on to, oh, hey, really like that sweatshirt. You know, like, oh, I really like those shoes, right? Oh, you look really good in those pants, right? It's always just kind of like a slippery slope. So it's like steering clear of any type of, you know, comments that people could potentially be offended by, that could potentially be harassment, is just the smartest thing to do, right? I mean, there are other things that you guys can talk about, right?
Now we're crazy.
Yeah.
You can't talk about your haircut.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
It's like extreme changes that brought in like tattoos. Not comment on them or.
Well, just think
ask
about
them or-
what's the purpose of commenting on someone's physical appearance at work?
Compliment.
But someone, if you're complimenting someone on their physical appearance, they could potentially see that as a form of harassment because you're, maybe you're only making comments to the women in your group.
I guess we're preconditioned, if I don't comment on my wife's new hair color, she gets offended because I didn't freaking notice.
That's not at work.
I know, but then it carries over to work because I don't want her to be offended because I didn't notice.
But just like that, so you comment that, whatever, that her hair color is different. Why is it different? Maybe she was hiding something, maybe she had a bad whatever, maybe that thing is a bad thing for her. You comment that she or he looks better because they've been CrossFitting for the last 6 months. You're like, hey, that's good. Well, that's inadvertently saying you didn't look good before you started. So there's always, as soon as you get into looks, there is always a negative side. And it's the eye of the beholder. You could be totally be positive, drape something out very negative feeling about whatever that thing is.
And remember, you have no intent to make someone feel offended or harassed based on your comments on their physical appearance, right? But what do we know? Intent doesn't matter, right? And whether or not someone is going to be offended by comments you made, they're the ones who are going to get to determine what's offensive. Of course, that is going to be balanced against that reasonable person standard, right? But like I said, holding a door open for someone every day is not going to be harassment, right?
Well, that's back to that family. What we do with the family is not appropriate at work. So making those comments about whatever they've done, their physical appearance, I mean, you don't know what struggles they've had with their physical appearance, how they got there, why they got there, what that means to them, why they color their hair, why they cut their hair, why they don't cut their hair, is it tied to religious belief? I mean, there's so much that's tied to that why it goes there.
And it's further unfortunate that even like the office staff, even if we compliment each other, again, that could be misconstrued. Just even between same gender, it could be considered offensive, which is unfortunate in the workplace, but it's the reality.
That's the thing. Does it suck? Yes. Do I understand that it's frustrating that you can't enjoy the same type of personal relationships in, like, when you're working that you do outside? Yeah. But it's the reality. And we're living in, this cultural Me Too moment where there is heightened scrutiny over your conduct with respect to harassment, right? And whether or not things that you say, things that you do, would constitute harassment, right? Things that were acceptable 10, 15, 20 years ago, not acceptable, right? And so everyone's kind of, starting to learn that. And so I'm always gonna give you the conservative approach, right? Like, I'm always better safe than sorry. Like, if you can only try and relate to someone based on, their appearance or their race or their gender, like, because of their protected class status, like, you've got problems, right? Like, there's other ways you can connect and still build, like, those, personal relationships, right? Like I said, I'm a Red Sox fan, so, like, maybe, like, I can build a, rapport with someone based on their mutual love of baseball, right? I mean, there's other ways that you can still engage in personal, conversations and relate to one another without touching and concerning a protected class status. Good question.
So how does that work with policy? If you have a department that has a policy that only allows neutral hair color, tattoos in certain areas, no body piercing, things like that, how can how's that tie in with harassment?
Well, so if someone is violating the expectation, the policy, someone has their hair long, their superior says you're out of compliance with the policy, that's not going to constitute harassment. That's going to constitute, basically ensuring that the policy is being adhered to and informing an individual that they're not meeting that policy expectation.
As long as they do it to everybody.
But so quickly, before we go, I want you guys to think of some examples of harassment that you've experienced, that either you've experienced or you've seen throughout your career. And just shout them out, verbal.
What about negative nicknames,
Yes,
racial jokes?
Body shaming.
Body shaming.
Shoe shaming.
what?
Shoe shaming.
Shoe shaming?
That's the thing.
Shoes are not a protected class.
That's appearance. Well, then it turns out we talk about.
I can say those shoes are ugly and not say you look ugly in those shoes. Like I can say that's different.
You know I can't afford expensive shoes.
I don't care what your intent is.
Generational jokes.
Yes.
Sexual joke?
Keep you busy, Dino.
What about visual? Visual forms of harassment.
Yeah, like magazines.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Big magazines.
Magazines.
What about things that you look at on your phone, right? Everything that you look at on your phone can potentially be a form of visual harassment if you're looking at inappropriate things. Like, you know, there's an apprentice for one of the programs that I do trainings for who had like one of those big phablets, right? And he would sit in the job shack during his break and watch porn. Turn the sound off. Wasn't showing it to anyone, wasn't like, look at this, but that was, it's like, I'm on a break, I'm not working, right? And I'm not showing it to anyone, but that still constituted a form of visual harassment because others, even though he wasn't showing it to them, could still see what he was doing, right? So you have to be really cognizant about what it is that you're looking at on your phone. And even if you don't have the intent to show it to someone, like the accidental porn, if someone does see it and it's repeated, right, then it could constitute harassment.
Clothing, like t-shirts and things like that have offensive slogans or sayings.
Yeah, like the purple and gold stuff, thank you.
Let a reasonable person assume that purple and gold.
Cougars are.
Cougars are not racist.
Who did?
What about the one that I see a little more frequently now, tattoos? Can be a form of visual harassment, especially, you know, I mean.
I got you. I'm listening.
If you have sexually explicit, you know, material on your body and it's visible, even if you don't intend to offend someone by it, if it's visible and other people see that on a regular basis, and they can be offended by that, and that could constitute harassment if they're constantly having to look at the naked woman who got tattooed on her forearm.
Or the Confederate flag, or
Swastika.
anything. It could be anything.
But you can go ahead and have like Red Sox tattoos, that's my next one.
Characters or jokes involving coworkers. Making memes about.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Like the Colonel's yacht.
You know, coffee mugs, whatnot. No, I mean, and that's the thing, once again, even if things are done in a good-natured way and you think you're having fun and this is just a joke, right? It still can constitute a form of visual harassment, right? So inappropriate. What about physical harassment?
Touching?
I remember when I first came on the department, being backboarded and put in the folder tank. And then basically waterboarded. I mean, they you know, open the spout on the tender and. Yeah.
But isn't that, I mean, that sounds like an example of bullying, right?
Yeah.
Or hazing, because what protected class status is implicated by waterboarding?
I'm not sure.
No, I don't think
No,
this.
so it was just hazing, but is that not
Okay.
harassment?
No, it would be, since it doesn't relate to protected class status, right?
Got it.
But it can still be, like, that's clearly an example of bullying and hazing,
Yeah.
which is totally prohibited under the district's hazing, no hazing and no bullying policy, right? So just because it doesn't amount to harassment, it could still amount to bullying or hazing, which would still be violated.
Got it.
So put that up there, waterboarding.
That's what waterboarding
That stopped at our Gen Xers.
Other forms of physical harassment.
Tap in the back.
Touching, yeah. Also like blocking or impeding like someone's ability to move away from you, you know? Even if you're not like necessarily touching them, that's still like physical.
But it's only harassment, so if I'm in a situation and Brian's impeding my way in the hallway, and not letting me by, that's not harassment, right? Like I have no protected status in that situation or any other
Protected class on.
You're
But what if you're doing this and you're like asking him out? I'm gonna go on a date with you, and you're not letting them, not letting him get around you, right?
Yeah.
Like that could be a form of physical harassment.
Yeah.
Right? What about bullying? What are some examples of bullying conduct that might not rise to the level of harassment? Name calling that's not related to protected class status, right?
Ginger. Not a protected class, I know.
Are you over 40?
Yes.
That I.
While that,
Just vocal tone, the way you say something, like you idiot, this is, you know, you should know this. So I don't know where that goes,
Bullying, right?
Meaning.
Condescending, right? Other examples of bullying? Exclusion, right? So, if, you know, guys can get pretty clicky, right? And excluding someone from your little group can definitely amount to bullying. So it might not be harassment, right? It's not based on their protected class status. Unless you're excluding them, you're like, yeah, we don't like fraternize with, you know, anyone who's Muslim, right? Then that would be harassment, but, or discrimination. But other than that. But I think what you can see is, right, there are a lot of different ways that people can be harassed. It's not just this idea of, you know, like the most extreme scenarios that we saw in the human continuum, right? Like there are other actions and conduct that can still amount to harassment if the individual, right, who is the recipient of that behavior feels they're offended, right? And if it's based on their protected class status, and if it's repeated conduct, even if you don't intend to do anything wrong or you don't intend to offend, they can still amount to harassment. Okay. You guys have any questions on that? Yes, back here.
This kind of ties into the sports harassment stuff, because talking about the unfair, or whatever, as far as like logical or fair, definitely, but like kind of doesn't say much, you don't know.
And maybe the individual's engaging in a hug with you because they, once again, like maybe they're your subordinate, don't wanna say no. No hugs.
Nope.
Should not be hugging at work. Yes.
If I hug my son or my brother at work, is that different than hugging somebody else?
We're waiting on that song.
Is that bullying? No, I mean,
Side
No,
hug.
because you're, I mean, they're subordinate to you, and it is a workplace environment. That, I mean, just like if you called your son a name that you call him at home,
Tiger?
not Tiger, but something, maybe something offensive. If you were to call him something like that at home, it's not a big deal, but at work, it would be a big deal.
You're representing the district.
Yeah.
Offended someone else and saw it.
So, same thing, what happens if, what if your son worked at a different fire department and you're like, hey, you shouldn't work overtime today? Versus you work for this fire department and your battalion chief, you say, hey, you shouldn't work overtime today, is that different?
Yes.
Does it represent the district?
Yeah. Well, I think in one scenario, as his supervisor, you're affecting the wage that he can earn, and in the other scenario, you don't have any effect over him as a supervisor at work, so they're two different things.
right, because once again, that's a power dynamic.
What about the opposite? It's the BC and you have a mandatory something, so you just call your son, hey, I think you should work today, I don't wanna have to go through the whole mandatory process.
Yes.
That's breaking policy.
Well, no, you're doing it instead of mandatory, so it's not that because you're giving it to him, you're telling him, I want you to work, but I want to force somebody else to work. I would think that's more bullying than that.
So, if I'm not being concerned about that, can that be bullying or harassment?
Well,
No.
you only hug certain people?
I hug, or somebody's giving out hugs, and but chooses not to hug somebody else, or shakes hands, but doesn't shake this person. Then is that harassment as well, even though I'm withholding?
Potentially, not with the handshake. Hugging, it just depends on also like who you're hugging and who you're not hugging and every person. If you're only hugging your brother and your son, and you've got someone else that's like, well, they're getting special treatment, right? Like they're getting this physical attention and I'm not. Well, they're offended. But would a reasonable person looking at that say, that's harassment? Probably not. But if you're hugging a bunch of other people too, and you're excluding a particular individual, then it could potentially be it. That's why I just say don't hug. Just don't hug. It's, I mean, and there's a time and a place for everything. It's just, I think what's gonna be, the most challenging thing for all of you is trying to remember that there is a bright line between your work life and your personal life. What's appropriate in the workplace, right, and what's inappropriate. Conduct that belongs only in your personal interactions and not in your personal work interactions, right? So, and that's a difficult line to adhere to all the time. But in order for you guys not to run afoul of the policy or, expose the district to liability for a discrimination or harassment suit, you have to mind that line every day, right? Yeah.
And I understand that, but that's just, correct me if I'm wrong. But I can figure out the law. Yep, we talked about if I comment that when Margie changes the paragraph on the desk, that would be harassment. But if I do it one time, and that's it.
It's not harassment.
If it comes, exactly. So the harassment isn't that I commented one time,
No.
Margie changes.
Let's remember, right, because it has to be repeated.
It's the fact that every time she does something, I make a comment, and it doesn't have to do the same thing, so I make a comment that her hair was blonde this time. Next time I see her, I comment that I like her sweater, next time I comment that I like her pants, like, that is what is there. It's not the one time somebody comes in with a new haircut, and you're like, oh, I noticed that. It's the fact that you're always taking something about them to make a comment about their
Physical appearance.
same thing, somebody comes in one day and whatever happened in their life, they're clearly emotionally distressed, they want to do one time, because they are having a bad day, that's different than every time you see them, you give them a hug, and when they, staple the paper really good, you give them a hug, and, so again, remember, it's context, it's not like you can't do anything ever.
Yeah, no. Like, once again, remember, it has to be repeated, right? But, also, just because something might amount to harassment or could continue on down that path, once again, if you see something, say something, like, talk to each other, help each other out. Don't, like, your first, inclination shouldn't be then to go run and file a complaint, unless that's your own, like, you don't have another avenue, right? I mean, try and give each other an opportunity to kind of correct your behavior. But if you don't feel comfortable doing that, then yes, file that complaint. But I think it's important that you guys give each other an opportunity to kind of, change, right? Because there is going to be, you're gonna make mistakes, we're human, right? You're gonna do something or say something stupid, then just help each other, catch each other, be like, you know what, I don't think that's appropriate, right? Like Sonic would not be happy if he heard you say that, right? And it's gonna take time, right? So it's a process. Yeah.
Consent factor in when it comes to the law, like if two people that were, peers agree, hey, it's cool with me if we find it works, does that have any legal standing?
Well, right, but remember, there's also bystander harassment. So even though the individuals who are engaged in the conduct both welcome it, someone else seeing it could be harassed. I have a hard time with the hugging thing. I don't think that's necessarily that bad. I just also, like I said, I'm always going to be very conservative, especially during this kind of Me Too moment that we're living in. But yeah, I didn't mean to scare you guys. I want you to still be able to, have conversations, but just you have to be more mindful about it, right? And try to incorporate a more professional attitude in your interactions when you're on the job. Okay, with that, we're gonna take our 1 hour lunch break. So let's come back at 1:10.
No outdoor sleeping.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's take our seats.
Sleep either.
So for lunch, obviously we talked a lot about what harassment looks like and doesn't look like. When we were speaking about harassment, we were speaking in terms of, any type of conduct that is related to someone's protected class status. I want to drill down a little bit more into specifically sexual harassment, right? So sexual harassment is going to be the same exact requirements, right? It has to be pervasive and repeated, unwelcome conduct that has the impact of, that impacts someone's terms and conditions of employment, right? But it's going to be based on either someone's gender, right, or sex, or some form of like sexually charged content or communication, okay? And so the legal definition is any unwelcome, unwanted, or offensive sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, and other verbal, graphic, or physical conduct that's of a sexual nature, right? But it has to either be, it's called quid pro quo harassment, so submission to the conduct is made either explicitly or implicitly in term or condition of your employment. So basically, the celebratory drinks scenario, right, the like quintessential quid pro quo definition of sexual harassment. I'll give you this if you sleep with me. It's not quid pro quo, it's also submission to or rejection of such conduct by an individual is used as the basis for employment decisions affecting such an individual. So kind of along the same lines, if you turn down, a request to go out with your boss, and the next day you face the demotion, like that's the result of you turning down that sexual favor or that sexual ask. And in those situations, it only has to happen once, right? Like you don't have to continually be asked to perform sexual favors in exchange for some job action, right? Once is enough. But if it's not that quid pro quo type of harassment, then the conduct at issue has to have the purpose or effect of unreasonably interfering with your work performance or creating an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment. So when we talk about a hostile work environment, right? That's kind of like a bunch of different acts or communications can kind of amount to a hostile work environment. It can't just be one or two acts, right? And that the conduct we're talking about, it can be verbal, it can be nonverbal, right? But it's going to focus on sexuality of another person or occur because of the person's gender. Once again, unwelcome and unwanted, and severe, pervasive enough to affect the working environment. Once again, with that unwanted or unwelcome piece, it is not incumbent upon the person who is being harassed to say, stop, I don't want that, right? If they feel comfortable doing it, then absolutely you should, but you're not obligated to, because if you feel like speaking up is going to have a negative impact on you, then it's understandable why you wouldn't want to speak up, right? But that goes to say, if you do see someone else that is engaging in that type of conduct, especially if you are in a leadership position, you are a supervisor, you then have a duty, right, to address that, to report that, right? So if someone comes to you and says, I have, I'm being sexually harassed by someone else in the crew, but I just want to let you know, but I don't want you to do anything about it. Like, as a supervisor in that position, under the district's policy, you do have an obligation to report that, right? But in situations where it's, peer-to-peer, and you see your peers engaging in conduct that maybe is questionable or could, and go down that slippery slope to becoming sexual harassment, speak up and say something, right? Like, help each other out. It's really important you there an opportunity to correct your behavior. One, I mean, it's gonna help with, you know, just like the overall environment, right, that you're working in. You feel like you guys can speak to one another candidly, right? And watch out for each other and let each other know that when behavior is kind of crossing that line, you're gonna help them out, right? Because like I said before, you're gonna make mistakes, you're gonna say things that are inappropriate at some point or another. But so long as you recognize and identify that behavior and conduct as being inappropriate and you try to correct your behavior going forward, that's what we can ask, right? So the policies that we gave you today, right, have the kind of the definitions of what the hostile work environment is. We already kind of went over that. But just to give you some kind of examples of sexual harassment. It's still really tiny.
We got requests for sexual favors, jokes of a sexual nature, and suggestive remarks. You know this stuff.
Okay, other example, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read it, and it's really tiny for me right now. Right, referring to someone as a girl, or a hump, or a doll.
Not referring to an adult as a girl.
Or referring in the same, on the same kind of token, referring to a man as a boy. Right? Or sexualizing someone's appearance, so they're either a doll or a hump. And using those terms of endearment, sweet or babe, honey. Whistling at someone, cat calls obviously, but kissing sounds, smacking lips. And, you know, and I see like a lot of this where you're just like kind of like messing around. You're like, oh, you're so cute. That's inappropriate behavior, and if repeated and, you know, has the effect of impacting someone's terms and conditions of employment is sexual harassment. So be mindful of that kind of, you know, play that you use.
Can you go back to that first part, the attorney work discussions into sexual comments? I think that the common joke on The Office, I don't know if you are in that show, but when they always say that's what she said. So even just something as benign as that can be pretty offensive in that situation.
Right, remember, even though you're not offended by it, right, someone else could be offended. And so it's the person who is, you know, either witnessing or experiencing the conduct of the conversation, you know, they're the ones who determines what's offensive. Once again, that's still gonna be measured against that reasonable person standard, but if someone's offended by it and a reasonable person looking at that saying, yeah, turning every conversation you have into, you know, something of a sexual nature, but, you know, punctuating your statements with that's what she said, that's not appropriate, and that does rise to the level of sexual harassment. So retaliation. Both under federal and state law and also within the district's policy, you are prohibited, right, from retaliating against anyone from making a good faith complaint, right, of harassment or discrimination. What does that mean? You cannot, you know, take an adverse job action against someone or demote someone or always make sure that they're the ones who are cleaning the dishes, right, or giving them some kind of negative task that they now have to perform as a result of it. But there has to be a tangible job action, right, for it to be true retaliation. And so it's going to be expressly prohibited, especially when there's an ongoing investigation, right? So you cannot, if you're the subject of an investigation and you retaliate against the individual who made a complaint against you, you are also then in danger. Regardless of what happens with the investigation, you can be disciplined for that act of retaliation. Right? Well, remember, there has to be a tangible job action, right? So retaliation, like if you're just looking at someone and giving them dirty looks, like that's not gonna be necessarily a form of retaliation, right? Like there has to be a tangible job action results. Okay, so true or false? In order for harassment to be illegal, it must be connected to a protected class or activity.
True.
True, right? Remember, for the actual harassment, legal, like it's a legal term of art, needs to be connected to a protected class, right? And that's that whole list of protected class statuses that we, looked at previously. Harassment based on something other than a protected class status could definitely amount to bullying, which is something we'll go over in just a few minutes. But it's not necessarily harassment. That's not to say that it's not in violation of the district's using bullying policy. Okay. The courts consider that a victim claiming harassment should have told the potential harasser that the behavior was unwelcome. False, right? I mean, obviously, once again, if you feel comfortable speaking up, you can, but a reasonable person looking at the situation can say, well, it's unwelcome, this is a subordinate who's having to endure this type of conduct from their superior. It's unwelcome based on just that objective standpoint.
But as a supervisor though, if you witness two people that are peers interacting and you see something that would be harassment wise, you have an obligation, whether you feel comfortable or not, at that point to stop the behavior, right?
Yes. And if it turns out that you had notice of it and didn't do anything to either report it or to remedy it at that point, then you as a supervisor could face potential, disciplinary action for failing to take action on receiving that notice, right?
Yeah.
So all of these are examples of protected classes or protected activities under the law. Physically or mentally disabled, coworkers who are being interviewed in a hostile workplace investigation, coworkers who have received a promotion even though they didn't deserve it, pregnant women. False, right? Like coworkers who have received a promotion even though they didn't deserve it, like harassing someone or engaging in conduct because you think someone shouldn't have gotten a promotion, if it's not tied to or connected to a protected class status, right, it's not going to rise to the level of harassment or discrimination. Okay. Does anyone have any questions on that before we move on to bullying real quickly? So bullying. So what's the difference between bullying and harassment? What do you understand? Right? So like my example that I gave earlier, it's like I'm a Red Sox fan, right? So I like someone to harass Yankees fans, right? That's not going to rise to the level of actionable harassment, right? But it could definitely violate the policy on bullying. So an individual can bully another without being motivated by their protected class status, right? And if the repeated negative behavior is not motivated or based on the individual's protected class status, it's not going to meet the legal definition of harassment, but it could still be bullying. So what is bullying? It's going to be the repeated harmful mistreatment of another. It's also abusive conduct that is threatening, intimidating, humiliating, or interferes with work getting done, and verbally abusive, so yelling, right? Even if you're not calling out the name, raising your voice, right? When giving directions, unless it's in a situation where, you need to communicate, you're like out on a fire or call, like you need to be able to yell to communicate, that's fine, but if it's in a situation where you're just communicating information that you could say in a non-angry tone, right? That could be bullying too. And, bullying can come from supervisors to subordinates, peer to peer. Everyone can engage in this type of behavior, even if it's not connected to protected class status. So we kind of talked a little bit about examples of bullying. I want you to take a look at the policy that we handed out. And that is, what number is that? So once again, bullying and hazing is not prohibited under federal or state law. So long as it's not about that. But it is prohibited under the district policy. And the district has a zero tolerance stance when it comes to bullying and hazing. So it's important that you recognize what bullying and hazing is and how to avoid it. So bullying is going to be, and it's defined in the policy, as actions or behaviors that cause harm to others. May involve verbal harassment, verbal or nonverbal threats, physical assault, stalking, or other methods of coercion such as manipulation, blackmail, or extortion, aggressive behavior that could hurt, threaten, or frighten another person. You have that imbalance of power between subordinate and supervisor, and the aggressive balance of power between the aggressor and the victim is often involved in that situation. Bullying can be intentional or unintentional, right? So once again, your intent matters not. What's going to be important is the conduct causing someone else to feel, abused or threatened or assaulted while at work. Does it unreasonably interfere with their ability to perform their job, right? Does it make them not want to come to work? That could all be examples of bullying. So insulting or condescending orders, right, from higher ranking officers, leaving someone out of social plans, so excluding people from situations could also be a form of bullying. Repeatedly assigning undesirable tasks to a specific person, yelling and cursing, denying breaks, lying or spreading rumors, refusing to help, name calling, threats, and then constant teasing, right? So how do we prevent bullying? What does that look like? It goes right back with, how do we prevent sexual harassment and discrimination, right? Everyone has to take some ownership and responsibility and hold themselves to be accountable for their actions, right? So it's important that you're mindful of your own actions and behavior. And also, if you're in a position or you feel comfortable speaking up for others, I encourage you to do so, right? Like be that individual who can intervene in a situation and say, hey, this isn't appropriate, this is dangerous. It's the school again. I apologize, so like my type 1 diabetic son, the nurse is out today, she took her COVID shot, and
Sorry, right till 1:40 and I started retraining. I just stare long enough. Very, very I'm really quiet, so I'm gonna yell at you guys, sorry. My natural speaking voice is not as loud as Sami's. So today we're talking about discrimination, harassment, bullying, and just intervene as a bystander in situations of discrimination, harassment, bullying. We're gonna get to conflict resolution. The through line for all of that is communication. So when I say what is communication, what do you guys think? Talking.
Written.
Body language, written, emails. If you had to use a sentence to describe what is communication, what would you say? Not just nouns.
Written, spoken.
Conveying the message from one person.
That's great, conveying messages. You guys have already put on this in 3 ways we communicate: unspoken, nonverbal, and written. We need at least 3 volunteers. Start with spoken. So I want you guys to give me 5 ways that you guys practice spoken communication at work.
We talk to one another.
Face to face.
Face to face. What are you guys usually talking about face to face?
I would
Face to
say
small
that
talk.
informal communication, yes, small talk.
Small talk's great.
Direction or orders.
Give you direction and orders, that's great. I feel like he's carrying the team, guys. Responsibilities. How many do we have?
Instructing.
Instructing.
Asking questions.
So when it comes to spoken communication, there's 2 components. There's the verbal and there's the paraverbal. My favorite sentence. I can say this 6 different ways in 6 words. I didn't hear him say that. 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 And I didn't hear him say that. You guys hear how those are different?
Yes.
The nonverbal.
Yeah.
That means things like your arms are folded across your chest. I don't know if it's supposed to be You guys give me 5 ways that we do nonverbal communication where you work. Larry, okay.
Posture.
Here's what's first, this is great, posture. Eye rolling. Eye rolling.
Posture.
I don't know what that means.
Posture.
2 more.
Tapping your feet.
That's your feet, show the irritation.
Having a really nice shoulder posture.
Falling asleep on the job.
Hand gestures, is that?
Hand gestures.
Checking your watch every couple of times.
So we've got written communication. What 5 ways you guys do that?
Email.
Memos, emails, text.
Policies, would that be
That's a good one.
written communication?
Reports.
Reports, policies. The way that these things are communicated matters greatly. How effective you guys are. You guys are in sort of a unique position where you don't just have to communicate with each other, you're communicating with the community at large. So now we're gonna take our communications
Yes, I am in here. You left.
You list your three, and I list three, and I feel
Don't tell them what you think their communication style is until it's time. Give away your answer.
I guess we get to guess.
Just 3 words you would use to describe Jason's form of communication.
Okay.
Can we have yours, please?
Sorry.
Describing their style.
Just grab your whole stack.
No, thank you.
No, I don't think so. I think whenever we.
Is this again? Is this just your her? Am I down here? Oh, okay.
Do we share these with each other after we're done?
Yes, once you're all done, then you can. Then I'll pick up, because I gotta pick up this side of it first, they don't know each other.
I don't know how to spell that word. Abrupt.
A-B-R-U-P-T.
A-B?
A-B-R-U-P-T.
See, I didn't know how to start it.
Sorry, my husband does that to me all the time, so I don't want to dictionary.
I just use the word short.
Wi-Fi and password.
The Wi-Fi password.
Oh, yeah, she's in my office, sorry.
Sorry, Firehouse 43, it's capital F, capital H. At Firehouse 43 or just Firehouse? Firehouse 43.
Okay, that's the password?
Yes, it's fire.
What's the network?
Is yours, is she in your office? Yes. How am I gonna? That's a different Wi-Fi.
I would say, can she just plug into mine, into our network?
She could.
Do I keep mine?
You want to leave? I talk, I always talk a lot, but when I say something, I try to make it work, what I say. I don't do a whole lot of writing, but when I do, I try to make sure I write succinctly exactly what I'm saying. And then I try and communicate my actions, so if I do something, I'm doing it. And lead if I'm doing something, try to lead by example, or in a group setting, if we're doing something, I try to make sure my action is portrayed, I know what I'm doing.
And when can you and I,
Then
we discuss these?
Some of your reports you read really well, try and document when you're on call.
I got 3 for 3 under. Me too. I also 3 for short or abrupt. I used abrupt, you guys use short.
Everybody knows who this is, you don't need
Yeah, I don't always get my thoughts on it. Right. Or thinking, or you've already done this. I would say like, even if you have the best.
This is what I want done. I get that way. And then you also are out.
conflicts in I put my
You fill out all the
Did it have to end?
Sorry, that was a little joke. That one was a fun. I don't know. That was supposed to be humorous. It worked. It worked.
That's a long setup, so it's the most work step by
I didn't want to use short. I was told I can't. So I thought that, and I said, well, no, I can't say that. Slow, never said I could use slow.
Only the people that know
Yeah, this is a regular college video.
I'm not gonna pick on you guys, we're start with this week, because you guys always have so much to say. Oh, okay. You guys are fine. Okay. What 3 words did you use to describe yourself?
I said I'm direct, I'm verbose, and I'm casual.
Okay. Did any of your words for him overlap? Which ones? Did you agree with their other assessments of you?
Yeah,
You did?
yeah, I think they said they added sarcasm and humor, which is kind of part of the casual aspect of it. And, yeah, they both mentioned that maybe I talk a lot.
Okay. What were your words for yourself?
That I talk, not as much as I could.
As much as some
Yeah.
people.
And that I do also try and write down my thoughts if possible, and I try and make my actions speak for what I do. So if I'm doing something that portrays what I want done.
Was there any overlap here? How you guys described him?
Yeah.
Yeah? Did you agree with their assessments of you? Right on, what were your 3?
So I said I prefer to communicate verbally. I try to be respectful, and I have a lot of facial expressions that I don't realize that people see and interpret one way or another.
Did your guys' descriptions overlap with him?
Yeah, I just said he was friendly and casual and somewhat passive in his communication.
Did you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
Did you guys disagree on anything? Alright, what about back here? Oh, you stepped out. Did you describe your, or did you finish?
It was us.
Yeah, sort of.
Okay. How did you describe your communication style?
Blunt, short.
That was it?
That was it, yeah, sorry.
Very blunt.
Short.
I like that. True to form. How did you describe his communication style?
Informative, thoughtful, and always willing to help and assist with others.
Wow. Okay. So you didn't have any of the same ones. What were yours for yourself?
For myself, direct as possible, empathetic and informative, and guarded via being diplomatic
Okay. What were
and
yours?
communication.
I just thorough, and I would be informative. She does her homework, is what I would say.
Okay. Did you guys disagree on any of your assessments of each other?
You know, it's interesting in the position that I am in, and much of us in the office, we don't get to see the battalion chiefs interact with the crews a whole lot,
Okay.
right? Maybe in the kitchen, or in the battalion chief office. So I can only go on our interaction for the most part. I don't know that I've ever seen him be short, certainly to the point, which he would describe as blunt.
Did you guys describe him as short?
Yeah, I can vouch for it, yeah. I think short, blunt, direct, I think those are all.
Alright, what about back here, Chief? How do you describe yourself?
Describe myself? Abrupt, direct, and sometimes incomplete.
Incomplete. How did you guys describe him?
I don't know, what did I say?
Oh, cheating.
I concur. Positive, direct, and short, but short and direct could be the same.
Did you
Pretty
guys
much
have
the
any of the
exact
same as each other for your self-identification?
Yeah, I think all three of us were in agreement on the abrupt and direct.
Okay. I'm noticing a style and leadership happening here. What about back here? How did you describe yourself?
Open, personal, and helpful.
How did you describe him, your team?
Straightforward, good listener, and positive.
And I wrote jovial, respectful, and gentle.
Okay. Do you guys have any disagreements in your group? How did you describe your communication style?
Mine is direct, concise, and assumptive.
Did they get those right about you?
Yeah, that's my similar one.
What was different? You hesitated.
Well,
His style is
Yeah.
nonverbal and just.
You're loving this. Alright, what about over here? How did you describe yourself?
Me?
Yeah.
I just got back.
Oh, okay,
I was
never mind.
gonna-
You were doing your actual job. Good, I got holy one here. There's one. How did you guys describe yourselves?
I describe myself as straightforward, simple, and relaxed.
How did you guys describe him?
Humorous, direct, and instructive, / coaching. Describing him as direct, instructional, and information based.
Alright, so no disagreements then? They think you're funnier than you think you are.
Probably.
How do you describe yourself?
Well, I have 3. I think they captured it better than that. I said sarcastic, humorous, and between adverb, fast,
Okay, what did they get?
all of it.
How did you guys describe
Shreddy.
him?
Direct, and informal.
Direct, informative, and relevant.
Okay, so did you just like being called shreddy?
Well, that, and also, I think the relative part was better on the team conversation.
How did you describe yourself?
I just walked in, but we had a quick conversation, so direct, blunt, and I don't sugarcoat it.
You guys agree with that?
Very much, yeah.
Okay. How did you guys describe yourself?
I describe myself as upfront, helpful, and direct.
How did you guys describe him?
Quiet, reserved, intelligent.
Cool. Marcel.
Attentive, friendly, connected.
How did you describe yourself?
Loud.
Sounds like how you guys describe him.
First part, yeah.
Focus, yes, focus, direct, and friendly. And I want more, sorry.
Simple, gentle, and concise.
Friendly, instructive, excellent. Be friendly and engaged.
That was it.
I said, just stay straightforward and kind.
It does.
Cogent, friendly, precise.
Yeah, I had excellent use of vocabulary. That's right.
I said, direct, friendly, and inquisitive.
Direct and effective.
Passionate, engaging.
Direct, passive, aggressive.
Was that an emergency response?
Sorry here. Verbal,
Yeah.
Straightforward, less than four.
Been honest and kind.
Correct, abrupt, and factual, I would need myself on Yeah, I did. That's how close I was to my boss. My answer. Good job.
I'm quiet. I am generalized, indirect, apparently I'm wrong. Yes.
as deliberate, compassionate, and respectful.
Yep, yep, it matches.
So I picked people on my team, so I did Jeff and Mark.
Okay.
So you want to hear which ones? Okay, direct, verbal, and affirming.
Did anybody fact check you?
No.
Well, at first I did it with just me, bring me and my husband, and then I kind of changed it around, so like correct and helpful and sharing.
How did you describe yours?
I said level, body language, and then like you guys saying affirming, so I stole that. I said easy, safe pace, and
Did you guys describe each other?
yeah.
Do you know each other?
Mine were kind of like what you said, posture and questions. I said he was kind of on to the point and like kind of thinks before he speaks a bit.
I said direct, communication style, so I figured texting, like in terms of
I said confident, direct, and respectful.
How did you describe each other?
I said Tanner was, he also prefers text, informed and confident.
How did you describe yours?
Personable, loud, and friendly.
And I described Jose as, he also likes text messaging, humorous, concise, and confident.
Something on maybe your guys' group chat. How did this go here? How did you describe yourself?
Direct, detailed, and necessary.
Okay, how did you describe yours?
Simple, direct, and quiet.
You guys familiar with each other?
Yeah.
How did you describe yourself? Is this the family that knows each other as well? What do you guys do?
We were pretty close.
How did you describe it?
I said informative, direct, and
Okay, what about yours?
Direct, confident, humorous.
You think it was very funny? What do you
I said direct, sarcastic,
For yourself?
Myself.
You guys-
concise, short, and effective.
So spot on. So was anybody surprised by how their partners rated them? Nobody was surprised? Did anybody learn a new word to describe their own communication style?
Cogent?
So, your communication style, I mean, it's hard there because you guys are all, seems like you're all pretty direct, or at least you'll talk to being direct. All of your communication is focused on all the things you've already talked about today, those things about yourself that you're either born into the world with or you acquired later. or all set up here. And culturally competent communication at this point means meeting people where they're at, so now you know, when we have people stand up, who are boomers, and you can tell who's a boomer, but you know what your approach needs to be to meet them where they're at. And culturally competent communication just means practicing that mutual respect all the time. That's gonna be one of your best tools for abiding by these policies. Now, another. This time now, I want you to group like two, but can we go back to where you were with the very your big groups of 8, you're gonna be in a group of 2, in your group of 8. And we're gonna do this, it's not confusing. You want to partner, your individual team.
There we go. I don't know what it's on one hand.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Oh, Dr. Rose.
Yeah, Anthony's my partner.
Thank you.
Yeah, get in a group of 2, in your group of 8 to finish the worksheet, and then you're gonna share it with your
The negative consequences are negative interactions between tasks, lack of perspective, cultural shift, lack of mutual.
So,
Oh, this is the last one before I would say difference of opinion or values.
Apparently that is not a conflict of knowledge of the topic. Yeah, yeah. As I'm reading through these questions.
She's about election. Similar thing. There's organization. That's a big inflection. Like, listen to them all, Jackson, China. That China just sounds like they're kind of just. Sad one, my neighbors. I didn't know it was I learned this. He just lost his dog just about a month ago. And I was watching out past his dog was so special and all. So he was amazed the weekend before he invited me to his birthday party, which I did. It wasn't really his birthday.
One definition.
I can finish that off. And I brought him to the catch grab. And then he said, well, get chairs, you know, some beds and stuff. We like that stuff. I didn't have the heart to
You guys are ahead of schedule now. I'll give you a little bit of time.
Don't bring your phone over to our
So you guys have a definition for each partner. They come together in a group of 8.
Here you go, Joe.
Yes, just one definition that you think covers everybody's bases. Collaborate.
Doc Fazeli,
Oh, we're going over there.
you're in our group of 8, you're in our inner circle, our bubble, our trust circle.
So Bill and I are the same, we just came to a consensus.
We're not together.
We're gonna wow you with ours.
I believe it, I believe you.
Ours is simple.
The shredder.
At first, find conflict without using negative terms. Opportunity
Yeah, I think we're I guess. Yeah. Different perspectives, views, and backgrounds about a particular experience, situation, or topic.
That's out of psychology 101.
And ours we simplified down to a difference of opinion or value.
Karen and I kind of wrote down these phrases, we didn't go with these, we just said different perspectives, cultural shift, change, open and adaptable, growth opportunities, higher expectations, conflict without
We added more words.
I think we'd,
There's
something that we got less expensive. Modify something, come up with something. More.
A consensus.
So let's define conflict without using negative terms. That was the whole exercise of that box, right? So.
Yeah, I wrote mine more like, I was thinking that's the solution. We like Webster dictionary, that's why I wrote it.
Opportunity to resolve differences with mutually beneficial.
I like yours, but they're not always usually. Right. That's the only thing I don't really like. Like sometimes I
disagreement, that's the way it is. And I think the exercise isn't talking about the outcomes necessarily, it's just defining conflicts without using negative terms.
That's what we tried to do.
Different perspectives, views, and backgrounds about a particular experience, situation, or topic between Yeah, so I tried to make it like that.
That's very thorough and talking solution or outcomes. I can go either way.
A difference of opinion we took it very literally about the kind of
Yeah, I guess I'm learning to work through thinking like all the different conflicts and trying to put a positive phrase to each one. Why the conflict existed in the first place. I think for this exercise, probably there's no element to it, but I'm looking more for the definition of the literal, all the different positive.
Whatever we come up with.
That's how about you take your background, how you worded that, you incorporate a little bit of all of this. Smart.
Yeah, so the different perspectives, like yours is different perspectives, and then.
a difference of opinion about
What's that?
Different perspectives and opinions. Just put opinions in there.
or
Perspectives and views. Perspectives and opinions. Just get rid of views and do background. Outside of background, I think background
it also was
yeah, depending on. Or the opposite. You're at it.
Well, except they only listed a place to write on the last four.
Well, we just want to go to
Aaron and I talked about kind of concentrate on the term automatically sets up. I understand saying we have a difference. Just starting out with saying we're
You just like fight for it. It's not really
if you look at our definition.
That's what the law before, right?
Yeah.
We use it as one of our metaphors.
So when we went up to something
If you want me to write that, I just want order the how to conflict.
how does the definition affect the way we think about it?
I wrote it's not good, bad, positive, negative, it's different views.
Yeah,
The word itself.
based on what our response is.
Yeah, so
I like that.
the word itself. Negative. Loss of relationships, right?
Loss of trust, further divide potentially.
Yeah, divide.
Just three.
Frustration.
So we listed lack of mutual respect, a communication breakdown, and in our specific environment, an incohesive team environment.
What are the positive outcomes?
Yeah, super resolution.
Understanding.
You understand.
Listed for, again, one word definition, exhibit grow. It was learn, change, grow, and adapt.
What was the last word?
Bad touch, bad touch.
Yes.
They are. Expensive.
So our definition was, this is defining conflict without using negative stuff. An opportunity to learn and respect other perspectives.
Just say that again.
An opportunity to learn and respect other perspectives.
I think they plagiarized.
How did that, come together? Whose pieces or what pieces?
Oh, we had two of the groups of two that had a really, really similar definition. And so we blended those together and used some of the same, used a third group's words that were pretty similar to one part of it.
What were your 4 potential positive outcomes of conflict?
Oh, good attitudes, respect, understanding, and a pathway for open communication. And then a fifth is marriage, potentially marriage. That was a good outcome.
That is a good outcome. Would your definition affect the way you guys think about conflict, whether you're okay? Alright, what's your definition?
So we were talking about it was about varying perspectives and perspectives.
And then whose pieces, how did you come to that? Your friend, sign definition.
We just all kind of talked about it. There's another one. I think right now.
This one was good.
Just read.
I wrote down differences presenting the opportunity to learn or improve.
Very good. What were your 4 positive outcomes? Wonderful. We're a cloud.
Yeah. Put in like informative, open-minded, and then learning from the new outlook perspective, see other people how they think.
We had conflict on how to define conflict.
I love it, I love it. Where did we land?
Ours was 2 individuals exploring opposing viewpoints or ideas.
What was the conflict reaching that definition of conflict?
That if you're truly defining conflict, you created tension between individuals, and there's no way to not use a negative term to describe it. Because it inherently is a negative situation.
Okay, hopefully we can change your mind by then, but I like that. What were your 4 potential positive outcomes?
Yeah, personal development.
How many people definitely did come to it? How did you get there? Pieces from more than one or what?
We all kind of said the same,
I like it. All right, back here. What was your definition?
Debate between two parties about an idea of
Okay, so we neutralize the word debate. Right after that. I like that. How did you get that?
Came up with that, y'all.
What were your four potential positive outcomes?
Clarity, open-mindedness, resolution.
Just one of them?
Yeah.
I feel like there could have been some here. What was your?
It's our characters. Competitive or opposing
Okay, how did it come back? That's a way to solve a problem. Okay. What were some of the other different ones? Okay, so you don't think disagreement? I like that. Okay. Any other ones? Okay. Inform that. What more potential positive outcomes did you guys come up with?
Change for the better communication, compromise, and exposure to different
Love it. Okay.
Alright, are these different perspectives, views, opinions, and backgrounds about a particular experience, situation, or topic between an individual or group?
Alright, that's the longest one, I think. How did you guys come to that definition?
We have pages. I was mostly mine, but we added some more from the group. We had a lot of similarities to it, and then just added a few that made it more common.
I like it. What were your four potential positive outcomes?
About growth, adapt, change, and learn.
Okay. And then this is.
We were together, we were with them.
Oh, there's no, okay.
So it's so ours was basically different thoughts from different people. That's how I describe it.
Okay, very eloquent. How did you guys get there?
So we were struggling to come up with something that didn't use any negative term whatsoever. And so most people had at least one word that could be perceived as negative. So we tried to simplify it and
Okay, so instead of neutralizing a word that might be negative, you went with no word that could even be perceived as negative. Gotcha, love that. What were your four potential positive outcomes?
better work environment, resolution, understanding, and agreement.
I like it. Did I get everybody? Is there a good way over there?
Yes.
Alright. Good job. Now we get to do the boring stuff. I'm gonna look at your phone and which I'm sure you're all super familiar with. Very comfortable with it, but much nice. It is 501. This is under revision. This is the version we're working on from now until soon. It's fairly all-encompassing. So the policy has different terms when you're on duty versus when you're off duty. On duty, conducting district business. You are to conduct yourselves in a manner consistent with the rules, regulations, practices, customs, and guidelines established, adopted, or imposed on the whole organization by local laws, which we've talked about, state laws, which we've talked about, federal law we talked about, and then establishment of standards by your fire commissioner and chief. While you're off duty, you still have an obligation to conduct yourselves consistent with the same regulations, state law, federal law. And you have to maintain a high standard of conduct that won't erode the district's confidence in your ability to perform your duties. Also key there, something that's different in your job than my job, say, is that the public's trust and confidence in lawyers, nobody cares about. But public trust and confidence in you guys is really important. You guys have progressive discipline. fairness, the value of diverse thoughts and opinions, which we talk about all day, and we will continue to talk about. Another thing, always reflecting positively on yourself, the district, and the fire service in general. This is hard, so being truthful and honest at all times, reporting instances of cheating or dishonesty, which might compromise the integrity of the district. Conducting your personal affairs and the performance of your duties will bring discredit to the district. And be respectful and conscious of each employee's safety and welfare and the safety and welfare of the public. I would say a lot of times, anti-harassment work, anti-discrimination work, stuff that rides that line between harassment and bullying falls into the welfare of your coworkers and which I'm not super clear on, but I think you guys are. Complying with all the local laws. And lots of all. Here's where we get to harassment, bullying, threatening, hazing, or intimidating fellow employees. So this is just to reiterate that all of these things that are illegal in many instances
Don't make you step. The football move. Yeah. Don't make you. Yeah, 5 seconds.
Rounds on you.
Okay. So for this next portion, we're going to transition. All day today has been what you absolutely cannot do. Now we're going to go light with what you should not maybe do. So we're going to have a workplace professionalism. So we're going to get back in your groups of your blobs of 8. We're going to answer your questions on the board. We'll each come up with how you define professionalism, and then what is one positive good example here in District 4, and one negative bad example.
Like, do you want us to name individuals? You're running up that one? Yeah, you go ahead. You start.
An example with no names.
Valid question. Another opportunity. Yeah, what are the 2 left?
We start with the knowledge definition. Just let him do the whole quiz. Sounds like we're done. Let them degree. I think admire, if I think of somebody professional, I admire the time put into being a professional, like the things that it takes to be a professional. Great work all the time. Yeah, I think I would define it as someone who takes the time and effort to puts into their job to put out a quality. Sports terms, the team, people put in the extra reps, other people that are responsible for themselves.
If you can just be doing the right thing.
Somewhere in there, I think it's got to happen.
That's the biggest one for me, is integrity
Alright, I got one. An idealistic view of the standard view and behavior that is accepted.
Idealistic?
Yeah, I don't think that it's like professionalism is very different in all different like realms, you know, it's like someone that could be a garbage man and be could be very professional garbage man versus like someone in office, so it's like that ideal, that defines what that person
To that profession.
Yeah, to that group is what defines what professionalism is.
You can have someone in the same profession that might think your professional and they might be your professional for their skill sets, whereas some may not look at their skill sets but get a lot of them, so it's not very professional in the way you can. So I kind of get it. Yeah, it's like you may pick different examples of people within the professional.
See, I don't see professionalism as your training necessarily, but it's your approach and how you deal with your things on a day-to-day basis. That's, to me, that's what being professional is. How you deal with your work and personal affairs on a day-to-day basis.
So like their physical behavior, like what they're doing. It's like
Not physical, they're in firefighting, big professional approach. It's not what you're doing, it's how you're doing it.
So every day holding yourself to a high standard.
So we could, I like that.
Yeah.
We could take.
You're holding yourself to a high standard. That's kind of what you're saying, right?
It is.
The professional. Professional is committed to their profession. You're committed to something.
I don't know, I really thought they were committed, but they didn't do a very good job on it.
No, the reverse is not necessarily
It's the
true.
quality of work.
Being a professional football player doesn't mean you approach it in a professionalism way. It just means you're part of a group that's elite, but it means that your approach to it, to making your craft better, may not be an example of professionalism. That's, I think, idealistic. Yeah, it is. I think it is. Super idealistic. I think everybody should have maybe a slightly different definition of it.
John?
Well, like everything everybody's saying, I think a professional is holding himself to a high level standard. Nobody's watching. But moral is very subjective. So I could go with that. You can be terrible at your job as long as you do it ethically, then that's kind of.
I was gonna say, I thought it was, we have the right.
Oh, that makes, yeah.
It's not that
That solves everything. Yeah. Look at me, it says professional on there.
Yeah, so
Proof.
we're focusing on the ethical and the integrity.
All right, so there's always your wordsmith.
I don't know, that's what I'm trying to think, how, what to change, so is it, are you okay with it being a idealistic view, like, how
Define idealistic, because I think there's different ways to approach the word idealistic.
Yeah, I think it's like just that single, it's just like whatever a group puts together their ideas.
Example
Of that, yeah, so the group creates what professionalism is. So like around here we.
Okay, let's wrap up on those questions. Did it take another minute to finish before you come back and share?
We need more
Do
time.
positive good example. I just go with mine.
Someone that shows up early to work. Goes the extra mile. That's an example of somebody that's professional.
I think yes. If you're consistent at a level that maintains those, I like it. If you're professional, it's not someone that shows up once a week, it's to show up every day. Yeah.
Are you expecting 877?
You know, those
me again. It's like that I used to cue me again and then in a leadership position that you do your title. I know you're talking about like
Okay, let's come back together as a group and let's share. You guys each your spokesperson for each group. Do you have the answers to the questions you guys?
What's a group?
Do we have group numbers? This group back here.
The winning group.
Quiet.
All right, our definition is an idealistic view of a standard view and behavior that is accepted within a group. Ready to do that, Jim?
Yeah.
Okay, so then a positive example or something that goes above expectation And then also someone that's consistently at that above expectation. And then last one, the negative example would be someone that's entitled. Say this. So I'm trying to think of the example.
We talked about it a bit, it can manifest a couple different ways, like, hey, you know, I'm a professional firefighter, so I'm entitled to this, and then it should be my way or the highway. Or it can be, there's just so many ways just that one word alone can manifest. This is one example.
Okay, yep, that makes sense. Thank you. This group here.
Number one, we got conducting thyself with ability, expertise, rectitude, respectability, competence, steadiness, and thoroughness. For 2A, we got providing thy patients with consistent respect no matter circumstance. And for 2B, refusing patient care based on personal biases.
That's a good one. But that's also discriminatory. Potentially. This group right here.
For the definition, we have professionalism is behaving in a way that is respectful, proficient, and effective in your occupation. For a positive example, we have, we did a more blanket, like categorized, so community interaction, we feel that we are very good as an organization. And on the negative side of things, at times behind closed doors, just employee interaction within the station could lose some of that professionalism.
Next group.
So number one, personal means to be ready for service, the work and act respectfully and treat others the way they want to be treated. 2A, the positive, is involve yourself in safety projects and training and being an active part of all health. And the negative would be not keeping up with training and
So our definition was conducting oneself in accordance to the value system, code of ethics, and standards of one's employer or organization. For our positive examples, we use pride, how one conducts themselves, how they represent their experience, how they care for the equipment that's given to them, public. And for negative is how one carries themselves while in the presence of the public, how they conduct themselves with their employees.
Great, thank you.
For a definition, professionalism is conducting yourself in a way that reflects well on your organization and yourself. Positives, following current policy, being practiced. Negative, talking poorly about the organization.
I couldn't hear the last one, sorry.
For negative, we said talking poorly about the organization and yours.
Thank you.
For our definition, I got a long one. It's a treat everyone with respect and dignity regardless of your opinion of them. Meeting expectations, following policy and guidelines in a respectful manner, learning and adapting, and meeting the needs of the organization of positive. For our positive example, we said being understanding in the face of rudeness, kindness, and patience in public, and not being reactionary or taking it personally, or speaking about some level of rudeness, making it being polite and kind. An example of a negative would be failing to be
So the last group. 7, right? There's one more.
Any more groups?
So one of the things that I hope you'll notice when you're reflecting on what workplace professionalism is, it kind of encompasses two kind of like key components, right? There's going to be like professionalism in the performance of your job duties, right? But also then professionalism with respect to how you interact with your peers or your subordinates or your superiors while on duty too, right? And you'll see a lot of the examples of what negative workplace professionalism looks like often crops up in those personal interactions, right? And so that's the kind of piece that you need to be much more aware of and be, willing to police your own kind of conduct so that you are holding yourself to that same level of professionalism that you do in the performance of your duties with your interactions with people that you work with, right? And that's gonna be the way that you're gonna be able to maintain that professionalism. So bring that same professionalism that you do to your job duties to your interactions with your peers, right? You guys go over code of conduct? Great. So familiar with the code of conduct, so an already done conflict resolution. Oh,
We didn't do conflict resolution, only did positive impact.
okay, so we've already talked about what conflict looks like and come up with some creative definitions for it, I'm sure.
They were really good definitions, they were great.
What's your favorite?
Probably art.
What was yours?
It was an opportunity to explore other perspectives. Yes.
I like that.
Okay, hold on, I didn't think you could do it with conflict resolution.
No, and that's the thing, when you look at conflict from a positive perspective and see it as an opportunity, to explore different perspectives or potentially reach a resolution that, everyone benefits from, I mean, that's when you're gonna have a positive outcome from your conflict. So the next piece that we're gonna look at is how do we approach conflict like that in a positive way? How do we approach those situations that we'll deal with, both, personally with the people we work with and then also professionally? How do we address that, right? So in order to do that, we have to really kind of understand what the different levels of conflict are and reflect on how those levels of conflict have impacted us at work, right? If there's a particular situation or scenario or a conflict that you've been dealing with, I want you to start thinking about that. So one of the worksheets that we have, and the second to last one we'll do, is the levels of conflict. So this is going to be individual, okay? And so when we look at the different levels of conflict, right? There can be those general just kind of discomforts, those issues that kind of crop up and maybe you don't feel comfortable around an individual. Then there are actual incidents that occur as a result of that discomfort. And those incidents can be the result of certain misunderstandings. And those misunderstandings can lead to tension, and unless that tension is dealt with in a positive manner, then that's when crisis occurs. So what I'd like you to do, if you turn to the back of the sheet, I want you to think about a recent work conflict that you've been involved in or that you witnessed, and explore how that, where you are in that continuum of conflict. And so once we've gotten to a point where we understand how our conflict, where our conflict is, then we can look at attacking conflict in a positive way to reach a resolution. So we're just gonna take 5 minutes to do this, and then we'll come back together as a group, and I'll ask a few of you to share, and we'll go from there. gonna put you guys on the spot. I'm gonna have you partner up to share what your individual conflicts are. And then I'd like each group of 2 to choose the one conflict that they'd like to brainstorm a resolution to. And we're gonna compare that with the skills we'll learn next as to what would be more effective conflict resolution. I wanna see kind of like where your baseline is at and where you can get to from there, okay? So we're gonna take just another 5 minutes, get with a partner, share your individual conflicts, and then brainstorm a resolution to at least one.
There's a conflict of being misunderstood. I have several I could have listed, but none that I wanted to share. Does discomfort or you might the situation? My feelings thoughts about it is that the other person trying to help them understand what they were misunderstanding, but they lost patience and just didn't want to discuss it anymore. Have you said about it to anyone else? Can you point to one or several occasions where a similar thing happened and there was what was said that was upsetting and that they misunderstood me? Do I believe the other person misinterpreted my feelings and responsibilities? And I answered yes. We were talking about different things that they didn't realize that or wanted to take time to understand. Could you possibly be misinterpreting the other person? Possibly. I don't think so, but I think it's possible. Do I hold a negative stance towards this person? No. And no to everything else. And on the phone, it says it was the outcome constructive to be destructive. And I will presumably neutral.
Mine was my recent violation. So far, yeah, nothing happened there either. What down to your point of lost that way. That was understanding my case was action. Wasn't misunderstanding.
Yeah. We're on the fire. They're trying to minimize contact between people who have against transmitter network. We don't always have internet. So we were at the end, turning in our figure daily by hand. And now we got to do it overtime. So, I don't really care. I mean, it's not any, I'm not I try anything about it. Sometimes the big things still like doing way better with people. To me, so far, problem was I would say like doing way better. That's a certain whatever I want to do. We had needs to be or I probably said too much now. I think well, they away and I right? Without contact.
Yes. Casual things like that.
And even if we submitted it, they didn't always get it. So eventually they just say, give it to paper anyway. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like whatever. So it's like, we know you want to avoid contact with trying to say, I don't really care. I get paid to do paperwork. It's like, we know what the outcome is going to be anyway. Every time they do it, it's all last week. The COVID hit. Now we're going to do it over. We're on the stuff, it'll not. Yeah. Well, they tried to do both. If we were out in the middle of nowhere, we're not going to be able to, there was one to try to do a little fun. So they said, you get into one, send it in. Okay.
She just dropped one
We
off.
don't live in the ICC or whatever. So that would just come in and we're out of the line. We do what we can. Yeah. Because it's a little more lighthearted with you. That one with you. I don't blame you. Yeah.
I know you were.
No, yeah.
Okay, let's take another minute and wrap up.
It's not with you.
Yeah. What you give us?
I don't think, I think you help me.
No, we different. Well, that's different.
So conflict resolution generally, as far as the techniques for conflict resolution, sorry. There's 5 main techniques, right, that are kind of like, and I'm sure as we go through them, you guys will all understand and recognize how you use these to get through and navigate certain conflicts, okay? So first is forcing, right? And that's just gonna be, when one individual basically forces their will upon another. And sometimes in like an emergency situation, that's necessary, right? But obviously, in a forcing situation, one person's interests are, addressed and the other person's are not, right? And so that's not necessarily a recipe for success moving forward if you use that technique in your everyday conflict resolution, right? Like I said, forcing is reserved for emergency situations when you need to have something done quickly, okay? Kind of talked about that. But yeah, the caveats to forcing, obviously, like, it's gonna negatively impact or affect the relationship, once again, because the interests of one person are being elevated over the other. And so that's why it's beneficial to look at what the individual interests of both parties are. So in the exercise that I had you guys complete, I wanted you to think about, not only what your interests were in the conflict that you identified, but also looking at the interests of the other individual's interests, right? Because in order to really get an effective and successful conflict resolution where everyone's interests are met or satisfied, you're gonna have to consider the other person's perspective, which can be difficult when you're dealing with a heated situation, right? So, one technique to deal with that is by just stepping back and looking at, taking some time to reflect as to what's happening rather than reacting in that moment, right? You don't wanna let your emotions get the best of you. If you do, that's gonna lead to more tension and crisis, and that's kind of like the level of conflicts that we're trying to avoid, especially in the workplace, right? So what our focus is gonna be on is looking at how we can get to a win-win solution in our conflict resolution. Compromising is also effective. That's just where one individual basically says, okay, look, I know I can't get everything I want, but you're gonna have to come and meet me halfway, right? Compromising can also be effective, but it's still not going to be the best type of solution that's gonna help your relationships long term. If people feel like their interests are being seen and respected and met, they're more likely to engage with you in further positive conflict resolution when other issues crop up, right? Because when everyone feels that their interests are being seen and heard, they feel valued and they feel like they matter too. If you're constantly forcing your will on someone else and making sure your interests are being elevated over theirs, that's definitely gonna negatively impact relationships. And similarly, when you're compromising, not everyone's interests are fully being addressed, and so that can kind of lead to resentment down the road. But if everyone can find a place where their interests are both being met, that's when we can have a successful relationship. And I know that's kind of like difficult to think about, like, well, how can everyone's interests be met? One of the exercises, the last exercise we'll do, kind of helps to demonstrate how you can do that. And it's funny, the first time I did this exercise was actually in a training like a couple of years ago, and it wasn't specific to the fire, but it was in the trades. And the situation cards, as you'll see, are describe situations where are more personal situations that you might deal with. So you're gonna, with your partner, you're gonna pick one of the situations on the situation card that you've been handed out. You set up one per partner. And you're going to, one, kind of situation. So we'll do one together to give you an idea. Okay. So, you like to watch TV when you come home from work, and your spouse likes to cook dinner immediately, right? So one wants to cook dinner immediately, and one wants to watch TV. So we think about what are the individual interests or underlying concerns of each party. So the person who wants to watch TV when they get home, what are their interests?
Relax now.
Relaxing, right? And the other individual's interest. Okay, and so what are some solution options that could maybe compromise on both interests?
TV
dinners.
TV dinners. But so in this situation, right, you've got both interests being met through compromise. What would be a win-win solution rather than compromising?
Help each other. Watch TV while making.
Help cook and don't watch TV.
What's
Don't watch TV.
But well, maybe if the person's underlying concern is relaxing, maybe there's another way that they can like relax while you're cooking dinner, right?
TV dinners are.
Alcohol works too, right?
Whoever relaxes first gets to do the dishes.
An incentive to maybe get that done, yeah. So that's what we're talking about. Just because the person says they want to watch TV, their underlying interest is relaxing, then a win-win solution is not necessarily going to involve watching TV, right? It could be something completely different, so long as both interests are being addressed, right? So maybe watching a cooking show while you're making dinner, right? Or, I don't know, taking time to go like meditate or a nap. God, I would love a nap back at home. So I get to relax while my partner cooks dinner, right? And gets to address their interests and mine as well. So what you guys are gonna do, you're gonna pick one of the situation cards and you're gonna work through a win-win solution. So you're gonna identify what each person's individual concerns are. You're gonna brainstorm some solutions. You each have a worksheet in front of you where you'll be writing it down. And then you're gonna brainstorm a win-win solution. So I'm gonna have you each do one of the situation cards, and then you're going to also brainstorm a win-win solution for the one conflict that you guys brainstormed a resolution to in our previous exercise. So we'll take about 10 minutes to do this, and then we will come back together as a group, and each pair is going to share their win-win solution.
Yeah, I thought we all picked one.
Because we're trying to. Yeah, what do you want to do scenarios?
Which one makes you want?
Veggies versus
No one wants to live No, that's fine. How I
high risk.
Maybe they can read in the notes, not everything.
flower and vegetable. If we can't go bigger, we go flower. Yeah.
She should have
And they flower. Yep, and they flower at different stages. I think we got
underlying concerns.
So A would be lost.
Well, that's B's concerns.
So A would be girls. Once
Yeah.
it's done, it's a girl.
Faster growth.
So I guess we're just gonna skip that again. It's kind of a combination. We're just gonna go A and B, these are the solutions that keep them together. Yeah.
Or it could be concerned.
That is the concern. Oh, so you want to identify A and B's different solutions.
Yeah. Solution options.
Well, wouldn't that be the new idea altogether?
Maybe if I'm the high risk, my initial solution might be to convince you why we all stay the course on high risk. Because we're young, we might lose money, we might be able to lose beauty, and we're young. So I think both their solutions are going to be to convince the other one. One's going to be, he's going to want to diversify, or high reward.
So that's the underlying concern still, right? A's initial solution is to argue for high risk.
Yeah, high risk reward, I think is what, I mean, that's.
And B's would be to switch to C's.
what I've heard.
Allocate funds to CV.
History Channel. Well, not the History Channel. It goes back
To a long-term investment.
Yeah.
Plays that sometimes, and it has to do with the symbols for going back. So like, so that was the initial. I was like,
Diversify.
the first time it was used as under.
Potentially.
Yeah, history crusade religious people, but they also.
And for risk, mix of risk diversified with investment, with advisement. Fine.
Yeah, but no, supposedly, History Channel.
That's fine.
Stargate was right.
Pyramid or conquest.
Oh, no, I'm into the chain letter.
Yeah.
Send $5. Then you add your name to the list. Name and address.
They have that going around the conversation.
Corpse, because I heard with the government. 300 years.
There was one, some friends of mine on Facebook started to send someone a gift list. And it's like, I told him, look, this is illegal, actually. Because it's just like the chain letters. And, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So how's this for the phrase on the bottom, the new ideas? Mix of risk, diversifying investments with advisement and with financial professionals.
Yeah, I think that's
I don't know. It's a group project, so I figured we did that. I'll go with group project. I'll let you talk to you. Oh, really? Oh.
So there was a $300 class.
Okay, let's take another minute.
I was encouraging my husband to go, they were gonna do 1, 2, hazmat ops. But when I, like, this week, but still, a lot of the basics are the same.
Yeah, different terminology, different placement in the book.
I know, I have.
Our books, all of our, we got it all.
But you still have to buy each. I just thought I'd throw it out as a basic starter. Let them borrow one of the books.
Yeah.
Because I was looking at the engine ops and, you know, hose layers and looking at all the different. Because he's promoted to captain earlier this year.
Okay,
The lower chiefs want to make him
I'd like each pair to pick one of the win-win solution scenarios that you work through. I don't want you to share the personal conflict. That was really an opportunity for you guys to just talk it through and see if you could come to a win-win solution on that. But I respect that, you know, there's stuff that people might not want to talk about. So the individual situation cards give you an opportunity to still explore the win-win conflict resolution technique without obviously, sharing too much. So we're gonna start with your partner's gone, but you're welcome.
We chose the.
So we'll read the situation
The
and then.
situation is, you and your spouse need to decide what neighborhood to live in. You like the lively hip area, your spouse prefers something more residential.
And what were their underlying interests?
So John likes the hip area, I was more residential. We rock, paper, scissors to see if we had kids or not, so we did decide that we have kids to consider in this aspect as well. So one of the things that we were considering was, my concerns were schools, more relaxed environment, lower crime rate, less cost from living suburban instead of urban, and then activities, the walks, rides, bike rides, things like that we can do in the neighborhood.
You tell them about the kids,
Yeah. He wanted activities more, social activities, going out to dancing and things that you would associate with living in a more city environment. He liked that, being in an energized environment, more diversity, which we thought was a positive impact for the kids in that scenario. He felt like the extra cost was worth the added experiences. So we kind of combined we came up with a win-win solution, and we figured we could add them together.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So mine was to pick a school that we wanted the kids to go to, and then try to find as urban of a situation as we could within that school zone area. So
That's great, so you still get the great schools for the kids, and you still get your access to more nightlife and activity,
Well, we're
right?
also gonna take our savings and use that for travel.
yeah, so
You guys planned a whole life over here in like 5 minutes.
we probably did pretty good. But yeah, so that was our plan, was to also try to save money and live smaller, save that money so that we could travel for more experiences for his social.
What was that experience like, having to think about those underlying issues and concerns? Did that help you find a better resolution?
I think so.
Yeah, I think we obviously don't have a ton of underlying baggage that we're dealing with. It's pretty easy to come up with a solution. His mother didn't interfere or anything like that.
Yeah. Partner back here.
Alright, we went with, you and your spouse need to decide what plants to plant in the garden. We want vegetables and your spouse wants, flowers.
They're the underlying
So one wants beauty, one wants food.
beauty and food, okay?
So, basically we came up with, you can make a bigger garden. We both came up with basically the same thing. Bigger garden, cut it half and half, or you can go with flowering vegetables.
So yeah, that sounds like a win-win solution. If you're splitting the garden, that's more of a compromise, right? But with the flowering vegetables, you get the food and the beauty, right? Great. I agree back here.
Our team, we were a trio
team,
back
yes.
here. We went with your partner has invested a large amount of money in high-risk stocks. You want to have a sense of financial stability. The A's initial position is a high-risk investment, so high risk, high reward. B's financial position was financial stability, wanting not to go high risk, just wanting stability. The underlying concerns for A were growth equals faster, more money, and for B, loss of money due to the risk and the instability of that. Solutions for A is to argue the risk reward factor to show the potential. And for B, allocate funds to long-term investments for stability. And the new idea altogether, after we talked about just getting a divorce, we...
And moving in with Whitney.
Yeah.
We like that school he's at, so.
We decided a mix of risk with diversifying investments and with the advisement from a financial professional.
Back here.
So we had the same ones over here, the garden, our vegetable have flowers.
same issues, food security, something practical and beauty and artistic. We went with making a quarter of the garden vegetable, a quarter of the garden flowering vegetable, and then half of the garden flowers. That way the spouse gets 3/4, we get 1/4, but in essence, we both got half.
Okay, okay, not quite a win-win, but I like it, thank you. You're part of the group back there? Okay.
Alright, so we went with the east side, that you can decide what to do on a Saturday afternoon. Your sister's birthday party and your spouse's big soccer match are both at the same time. So are we gonna spend time with and support our sister, or spend time with and support our spouse? This is pretty much just solely on us, but we came up with a couple options that we can, probably not gonna work it well. A, try to spend time with both. 2, kind of going down those lines, FaceTime the sister from the soccer game, kind of splitting both a little bit. Or realistically, pick up overtime and tell both parties you were mandatory. Monetary value also.
Ethical obligation.
Creative.
We're not saying we're good people coming up with plans. We're resolving conflicts.
But think about it a little bit more like this. So if the underlying interest of both parties, one is they want to support their sister, and they want to support their spouse, they can maybe do that in a different way, right? So maybe, you're not gonna be able to take or go to your sister's birthday party, but you say, but I'm gonna take you out to a really nice dinner after the soccer party, right? So you still are supporting that individual, but then you're definitely attending the soccer game is probably a lot more important to the spouse than your sister's birthday.
Yes.
But you're still providing, you're satisfying that interest, right? And also satisfying your spouse's interest, so. Or you could take the easy way out.
So we did you like bowling, but you do not like the way your spouse offers you coaching when you do competitive activities together. So we did the competitive bowler doesn't like the spouse's coaching methods. We also did position B, which is the coach. It discredits the bowler's accomplishments by offering coaching advice. And then we also said that the coach doesn't like the bowling techniques of the competitive bowler. So the initial solution that we had for the competitive bowler was remove themselves from the competitive environment and be placed in a learning setting to then get coaching advice from their spouse. And then from the coach's point of view is it was to refocus the competitive bowler on the different goals. And then the idea that they had together was refocus the goals in the competitive setting and then practice more in a non-competitive setting. So then when it does become in a competitive setting, it's just bowling because you already did the coaching and practice.
Maybe they could do a lesson together.
Right.
Both interests, right? Cool, okay, thanks you guys. Group back here.
So me and my partner chose we're trying to decide what to watch on TV for sports. Your spouse wants to watch the reality show. My partner went on a fire, so he wanted to watch reality TV. I wanted to watch sports. I'm watching sports now. But no, so we talked about some of the aspects. Sports is best enjoyed live, so it's not spoiled, but reality TV, you're gonna get on Twitter, so you're checking out whatever's going on with Bachelor, so that's a factor. You have limited time in the evening to watch different shows, and then accessibility. Can you record sports, can you record the whatever solutions? If you have that accessibility, you can DVR and watch it later on Netflix or Hulu or whatever. Designated times, so if the weekends are sports heavy, you can watch all the sports you want. I can watch all the sports when I want, and Ross can watch his whatever he's watching. The Bachelor, Bachelorette on the weekend. Alternatively, get rid of the TV, eat and exercise, and read.
Nice. We could also buy another TV,
We could buy another TV.
right?
You could watch Hard Knocks.
We could watch Hard Knocks.
Thanks, you guys.
We went with the back problem, we wanted to go with the doctor. So, initial A, on the back problem, and the back issue, might be getting a little bit more serious than what they're thinking, unable to do things around the house. And initial B is like, go to the doctor for a fix the situation. But with A, they might be thinking, well, might be too much money, and don't have insurance to cover it all. I'm afraid of the diagnosis, so just afraid of the doctor. And then the other person is saying like, getting worse, you don't want it to just be like a chronic thing, a big fix now. You know, if we get some type of medication and help out with it, or maybe like chiropractor, skin adjustments. So the solutions to the problem, with any type of conflict, I always use like heat. So hearing them out, showing empathy, apologize for the situation, and then treat life plan. So just listening to them, seeing why they have this issue, why they don't want to go to the doctor or not. And with the treat life plan is, we need to call the doctors, what they can do, have at-home remedies, maybe go to an urgent care if that's a possibility, and just trying to find that path through how we can help that person out.
Right, also digging a little deeper as to what their individual interests are, the person who doesn't want to go to the doctor, like you said, it could be money, it could be fear, so, and the other individual just wants them to get better, right, they want them to get better. So maybe finding alternatives, right, like if there's, now there's telemedicine, right, cheaper options, maybe it's just like the idea of going to a doctor, so maybe finding a naturopath, right? Like exploring different things that they could do that are still going to, one, help the situation, right, and get the person to get some care. Yeah. Good job.
We chose the investing, high risk or stability, and so business A is growth, business B is stability. So talk about initial, business A wants to get profits, they get whatever goal they want, whether it's retirement or buying a house or whatever. Vision B is they want less stress, they don't want to go backwards, they reach their goal. So you try to manage that profit versus stress, so you diversify, you look together, and then you set benchmarks. So if it goes too low, you move to more stable. If it gets high enough, you move to more growth, and maybe also benchmark the states. So you get closer to whatever, we move this way or that way. So as long as the goals are set, you agree upon those before, and then you just manage it in those benchmarks.
Okay, so it's that goal set. Cool. I agree back here.
We did. We probably like to talk about it, not share every detail. You like to quiet that dinner. One, not to share, the other one, quiet that. If anyone wants to share then, they want applications, they want, you want to relax, keep stress. They have a longer dinner, and talk to you dinner, and then relax after that. We need to talk while doing the dishes.
What's that?
Play a board game or card.
How does that address their underlying issues or concerns?
Because the person still gets to relax.
So we did the garden, veggies and flowers. Underlying concerns where they want produce versus carpet line or flooring or beauty yard. So person A's initial solution would be to keep the veggie garden and maybe put flowers around the edge or on the border of the garden to kind of compromise a little bit. Person B's solution would be keep the flowers, maybe add an herb garden, start small. Overall, or altogether new idea would be maybe splitting the property. So maybe you get perfect opening flower just up in the front yard.
Here. I'm blind, so you'll have to forgive me, like, it kind of stops right about there.
We, in
produce manager and the vegetarian. My solution was, plant my flowers, get them over greenhouse. His solution was, veggies, they get yield over greenhouse. So we came up with two new ideas. That's plant flowering vegetables on the flowers, or stroke it.
Thank you. Okay, now.
So, we mixed it up and did the vegetables and flowers.
Oh, great, okay.
So A's underlying concern was producing food to eat. They liked that it attracts the wildlife and improves your health. B's underlying concerns was the yard appearance, the beautiful flowers improve your mood, and they wanted to save the bees. A's initial solution was plant vegetables that have flowers. B's initial solution was half vegetables and half flowers. The new idea altogether was to build two gardens and allow both people to be happy.
Okay.
So we did when you call the family for dinner, you want them to come right away, but your spouse takes his or her time. So our underlying condition or concern was that dinner was gonna get cold. Felt disrespected because he or she took too long to make the dinner. And then party B felt like he was rushed, maybe he was working, or doing something else. So our solution to that was communicate with each other and have a set time for dinner, or just eat alone.
Okay. Next group.
All right, we chose whether to watch sports or reality TV. A, he's invested in, or they are invested in their team performance, and also fantasy points.
Fantasy football.
B, they have they're invested in the character development, and they also just want some spicy drama. And both of them concerned is fear of missing out. Miss their show or game. So A suggested that they start reality show first, finish watching the game. And B suggested, of course, the other way around, because they want us to the end. But ideas together, you could alternate days, as they said in the group. Sports one day, reality show the other. Record and watch, or find a reality sports show.
What picture in picture? Like that's what my husband used to do. I'd watch my TV and have the sports game.
It's coming back.
Awesome, thanks you guys.
So we chose one where your partner likes to talk about what they did at work, and then you want some quiet time after dinner. So for the person who wants to share what's going on, they want to be heard, they want their partner to be informed, know what's going on with their life. And then the other person just kind of wants to relax and unwind. So we kind of said for both of them, they could set times. We could either talk before and during dinner, and then after dinner can be quiet time, or just vice versa, quiet time during dinner, and talk about everything after dinner. And then either or, just vice versa for the new idea altogether.
Another idea is, what if the one partner gets to just relax and the partner that wants to talk or vent writes down everything that they want to talk or vent about, and then the partner that wants to relax does that in the writing. And then they can talk about it, and the individual who wants to vent is already kind of focused in on what they want to say, right? So shorter time too. It's another win-win. Thank you.
All right, we selected, your partner wants to buy a new TV, you're happy with the old one. So we have one position, new TV, one wants to keep the old one. Underlying concerns, somebody wants bigger and better, and the spouse disagrees, and the other one, who will program the remote, and how do you pay for it? So the solution options was agree to a budget, agree to a timeline, and ultimately all together, buy a new TV 6 months from now after you save that.
Okay, we chose the partners wanting to live in different neighborhoods. And so partner A wanted to live in Dallas, and partner B wanted to live in Falls City. And partner A wanted to be in Ballard because of all the access to festivals and restaurants and music and art, because their underlying concern. And partner B wanted a quiet place to raise their family or retire with some more outdoor living space. So partner A's compromise was to move to Fall City and find what festivals, restaurants, and events are in that area. Partner B's compromise was to move to Fall City, to go to Ballard on the weekends, to go to festivals, restaurants, and music. And the compromise for both of them was to move to Redmond, so that they could be in between and still go to all the Redmond festivals and nonprofits.
So that's more of it's a compromise, right? So like, what would be like a win-win solution? Like, I think you were kind of like, you stated before, like, you could move to Fall City, but then commit to going to Ballard every weekend, right? Like, or.
So we chose, when you call the family for dinner, you want them to come right away, but your spouse takes it at her time. And we decided that person A was the person who's cooking, they wanted the food to be warm, they wanted to food, they've been working on it. It's like person B, the other person just wanted to slow down, relax, you know, what their reason was for being late. But we decided maybe a heads up would be a good thing on both parts. While dinner's being ready, are you gonna be ready in time, something like that? And then, really nothing for the guy, for the person being slow and not coming to the dinner table. Well, we decided the ultimate thing is either a heads up or maybe ask them if they want to come.
But that's not a win-win. So it would be a true win-win. Yeah. Okay, and I've got one more perspective.
So, we picked those better jobs, so we need to decide if it's better hours. So, the one is the better job, but we was not time together, which is the 8 to 3. So, I don't like the current job, and then, but we like the time together, because of it, so. The first solution would be to block out more time on the weekends. Together, and the second one would be to offer the commute. Don't try to have that interaction, and the idea together would be to look to find a house.
That'd be great, right? I can't see back there, so I don't wonder.
We chose the TV debate on whether or not Christians need to meet some underlying concerns with person wanting TV maybe they're not satisfied with the current size or features of the product. And on the other side of the argument is maybe that the possible with the current size might cause the size they want to not fit the area that they're living, or they're using satisfied. It could compromise on medium size creating savings plans, save up for the new TV, or waiting for a period of time to purchase a new TV, and to find and research other options.
Great, I like the savings plan idea. That's a good solution. Thank you guys so much for participating. I think this is a useful exercise because it helps you think about conflict like in a way that's a little bit more strategic, right? Gets you to a point where you can, okay, let me think about what my interests are and also consider what my, partner, the other individual that I'm in this conflict with, what their interests are. And if you can put yourself in their shoes and understand their perspective, right, then hopefully you can get to a position where both interests are being served because you're going to work collaboratively together to try and find that win-win solution. Obviously, it doesn't work for every kind of conflict, and there needs to already be kind of a level of trust that's been established, right? But hopefully with that comes with, incorporating more workplace professionalism in the way you guys interact with one another to help build that trust and get to a point where you can be more collaborative. So, well, that's all I've got. Dawn, Chief, did you have more that you wanted to say?
know that we've, through this, we've set the bar, and some people think the bar may be a little extreme or unrealistic or not valid. And I think our culture in our department is fantastic for the most part. But I'll also say that we've had some issues with it, and so not everybody feels comfortable with our culture, which means we have some work to do. Like everybody did, like every family, like every person, like everything, everybody has work to do. We can always improve. Very few of us, if any, have been perfect throughout our lives, throughout our career, throughout anything, any relationships we've had. But what I want us to consider is instead of thinking about what other people have done, how about we do some self-reflection and think about what we've done, where we've made mistakes, where we could be better. And if we continue to do that, I think we'll all improve. Less pointing the finger and more self-reflection, I think, is a good thing. Also part of that is when with our job, we're a team, right? So if we're in the fire together, and I'm crawling down a smoky hallway and I'm gonna go somewhere bad, what are you gonna do? Okay, if I'm not ready to fall in an elevator, what are you gonna do? Stop. So let's be like that in the fire station. When we're doing something we shouldn't do, which we all will do, pull people back. Okay, think of it just like being in the fire. Pull people back from the ledge, whether that's in a group, privately, off-duty, whatever, pull people back. Okay, just think about it being in a fight. That's all we want to do. If we're truly a family, then we have to be able to pull people back when it's time. None of this is to get people in trouble. None of this is to discipline people. This is just to make sure that we are all comfortable here together in this group. We have a very big group, a very diverse group, and we just have to be one, and we have to make everybody feel like they belong here. Nobody should not want to be here. Again, I've been in the uncomfortable situations. I'll admit that I didn't say it. There's a couple things that I'll just admit now. I'm not a person that likes physical contact. My whole life, people like to hug, and there's very few people I like to hug. And it's always made me uncomfortable when the huggers come up to me and hug that I didn't initiate it. Another thing is I've been all over the board in the religious spectrum, and I'm an atheist, and I have been uncomfortable to share that with this group because it's very important to all of you. But I am not comfortable with religion or having that out there. But again, I want to be honest with you, and we be honest with each other. I respect everybody's view on that. So I just want to say that I will open myself up to you if we open up yourselves to each other. And let's just be a family and let's help each other in those instances. So that's all I have. Does anyone have any questions or concerns? Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonny.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thank you.